Good morning. My name is Michael Kendi, and it's a great pleasure to welcome you to Digital Trust 2025. It's nice to see people in person for a change, so thank you very much for coming out, and thanks also to those of you online for participating in the conference today. This is the second joint conference that we've done with between the Graduate Institute and its Center for Trade and Economic Integration and the EPFL and its Center for Digital Trust. Last year's was called Data 2025. And one of the things that came out was that there were very few people using the COVID contact tracing apps, in spite of the possibility of helping to stop transmission and deal with the pandemic. And a few of the EPFL professors had helped to design the, and spoke about the design and said it was very privacy preserving. It didn't gather data about location and other things, and it didn't share that with authorities, but very few people were using it, and the main reason was because they were worried about their privacy. And that's repeated itself in most countries. Then, as you may know, Switzerland had a vote about digital ID, and that was voted down by 64% of the population. And again, the main reason was to do with privacy, in this case because the private companies were going to be running the digital ID system. So we decided this year that we should focus on digital trust and explore some of these issues and ask some questions. The first one is why is there this lack of trust? What is causing it? How does it manifest itself? People are still using apps that take far more information and share far more information than the COVID contact tracing apps. There's literally a flashlight app that keeps track of people's location and shares it with advertisers. So much more information for what I would argue is much less benefit than a contact tracing app would have had. So we want to look at that. And then we want to also look at the fact that people are saying that they don't trust the companies with the digital ID, but we trust companies every day. We trust banks with our money. We trust pharmaceuticals to put in our body. We get in cars, we get on elevators. So there is trust in companies. So we're going to explore how other companies in other industries have managed to generate digital trust, or trust. Some of them are starting to go digital, so they'll be able to explain that as well. Then we're going to look in the afternoon at some future services and products that are digital and try and understand those and what kind of trust will be needed and what will be the cost of not being able to generate digital trust to use those new services. And the final panel will look at how we build digital trust going forward. But first, to set the stage, we're very pleased to have the heads of both of the institutions organizing this conference, Marie-Laure Salles, the director of the Graduate Institute, and Martin Vetterli, the president of the EPFL, along with Richard Baldwin, professor of international economics here at the Graduate Institute. So please, Marie-Laure, would you come up and give us your welcoming remarks?
Pardon. Thank you, Michael. Good morning, Martin. Good morning, Richard. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you, whether here in the Amphithéâtre Pictet at Maison de la Paix or online. A very warm welcome to the Graduate Institute. It's a real pleasure to be able to welcome you this year, at least some of you this year in physical form. Last year, we had a purely online meeting, so I was talking to a screen, which is always much less pleasant, you have to admit. So this full day of discussions on the articulation of the digitalization of everything and the question of trust is a great way to continue the exploration you launched last year of the nature and the role of the digital and of its associated strengths and challenges. The COVID period has only rendered more acute and urgent a focus on what we could call the rules of the game. A digitalized world pushes forward the same kinds of questions, in fact, that are associated with a non-digitalized world, but it pushes them with a particular, quite unique and urgent texture. Amongst those questions, we find questions of access, questions of inequalities, questions of power, questions of governance, Also questions of sustainability and impact, maybe too rarely explored, in fact, in the case of the digital world, and impact on the environment. And last but not least, legitimacy and trust. The COVID period has only been an accelerator of trends that were already strongly there with us, in fact, with respect to this digital world. From a sociological perspective, I'm a sociologist, nobody's perfect. The two notions of trust and legitimacy are difficult to disentangle. They are tightly connected. And if we go back to Max Weber's classic typology of forms of legitimacy, what we can keep here is the important distinction between direct forms of legitimacy and hence trust building, and the more indirect and abstract ones. The more we move into a world of abstract legitimacy, the more complex it is to sustain trust. And our modern or postmodern world, whatever we choose to call it, is a world where forms of legitimacy become more and more distant and indirect, more and more abstract. This is one of the reasons, by the way, why we are moving in our societies from a trust society towards an audit society. In fact, it might be just, and in fact, trust and audit are really very different. The more we need to audit, the more this reveals that we cannot trust, in fact, and the more we generate the need for more audit as a consequence. As one of my colleagues, Michael Power, has aptly shown in many books and papers on the subject, an audit society is the other side of a spiral of distrust, so characteristic of our modern, postmodern world. Let me here quote also Anthony Giddens and other sociologists to say the same thing, but with different words. Abstract systems depend on trust, yet they provide none of the moral rewards which can be obtained from personalized trust, the trust that I have in you as a person, because I know you, because I have, deep connections and links with you. So it provides none of the moral rewards which we can be obtained from personalized trust, or were often available in traditional settings from the moral frameworks within which everyday life was undertaken. Moreover, says Anthony Giddens still, the wholesale penetration of abstract systems into daily life creates risks which the individual is not well placed to confront. The digital clearly is one of those modern, essentially abstract systems, not the only one, far from it. Science is another one, or modern democratic politics is also another one. And the digital, furthermore, indeed penetrates wholesale our daily lives, to quote Anthony Giddens. It's very clear that we are therefore not well placed to confront, to react to this, whether as individuals or as communities. So I'm sure that the following questions and many others will be explored today. Are we really going to be able to talk about trust in the digital world, or are we merely going to talk about an audit governance system, which, by the way, would be already a very good and necessary first step? Can we learn from history and the oligopoly/monopoly busting moment in early 20th century American capitalism to bring back some measure of power equilibrium, of power balance in the current, let's say, economic scene of the digital, to remain vague enough, and to, in the process, reestablish some degree of legitimacy? How do we work from the individuals up, as it were, through reinvented education programs that give individuals the right tools to handle, if not master, the digital? And, I was talking with Martin about that just before. These types of programs imply that we train people who are both digitally fluent, but also social science fluent. And that's really something that is going to be extremely important in the coming years. Knowing that rebuilding trust and legitimacy is a sine qua non condition for the digital to become what it should be, a potential powerful tool of our collective well-being. So how do we master the digital for our collective well-being, and not simply for the maximization of the shareholder value of a number of companies? Before I hand it over to Richard Baldwin, who will bring us directly into those questions, let me end this by giving some thanks. Thank you first to our friends from EPFL, with whom we partner on this event. Thank you, dear Martin, for your presence today, this morning. And Martin told me it was the first time he came to the Institute. So I'm really happy to be able to welcome him at the Institute. And thank you for your willingness to give the keynote today. The collaboration between our two institutions is very important to me, to us, and I only hope that we can further deepen it, you know that. Thank you, Jean-Pierre Hubot and Olivier Crochat, for all your work in co-organizing the event at the Institute. I would like to thank Richard Baldwin and Michael Kende, obviously, but also Tamara Pironet, Michael Obungwa, Juanita Kalibala, and Michelle Holguin-Flückliger for all the energies they've put into organizing this event. I know it was intense, but also for all the energies they're putting into working on many different kinds of issues within the context of the center. More generally, let me say how delighted I am to see this kind of collaboration between the Institute and EPFL on topics such as data, opportunities and risks of digitalization, internet and its governance. It's quite clear, I said that already, but I want to repeat it, that we need to create spaces of collaboration, discussion, co-construction between science and technology on the one hand and social and human sciences on the other. It's only if we take this interface seriously that we can move towards a digitalized society that does not veer into radical dystopia and provides us instead with the necessary tools for an economy and a society that should be more sustainable and more inclusive. It's only if we take this interface seriously between sciences and social sciences that we can steer technology to the service of humanity and avoid what otherwise could be indeed a radical techlash or the very destruction of what humanity is all about, the social, the emotional, our multiple senses, and their expression, freedom, critical thinking. Let me also underscore how those opportunities and challenges, those avenues for radical progress or radical threats are all by nature transnational. And therefore, you know, we believe that an institute like ours has a very particular role to play in the debates around those issues, in the exploration of those questions. When I see the program, I only wish I could stay for the entire day, which is unfortunately not possible. I wish you all very rich, very productive discussions, and I'm really looking forward to a continuing collaboration between our two institutions on those issues of urgent importance. Beyond Tech for Good, you all know by now that I keep saying that we should work together towards a more ambitious horizon, what I like to call good in tech. This horizon is impossible without the type of broad and deep interdisciplinarity that a collaboration between our institutions would make possible. The prospect is very inspiring, at least to me. So, un grand merci, thank you. And I think I hand the word to Richard.
Well, I'm going to continue a little bit in the line of Marie-Laure, but I'd like to start with a provocation. Because it's Friday at the end of a long week, and it's morning. Actually, 3 provocations, if you allow me, Mr. Chairman, Michael. I knew he'd say yes. That's why I asked. 2. Number 1, trust is a cyborg. Trust is a cyborg. There's part machine and part human. Both parts of the cyborg are tricky, but I would submit to you that it is the human bit which is trickier. Provocation number 2. Evolutionary psychology is about trust. In writing my latest book, Michael, did I mention I have a book? You don't think I'd come up here without promoting my book? Do we have a slide? No. Anyways, I read a lot about Robin Dunbar's work on evolutionary psychology. Fascinating stuff. You really should buy or read Dunbar's book. He has a book. Now, the touchstone of that field is that humans' evolutionary superpower is social cooperation. Our ability to coordinate and cooperate in large numbers is why humans bestride the earth. It is why we watch chimps in zoos instead of the other way around. One theory is that our brain got big to handle the combinatorics involved in social interactions. And you may wonder what this has to do with trust, but here it is. The key to this cooperation is the formation of trust bonds. We can cooperate because we trust each other. But herein lies the fundamental tension of human cooperation. If I know you trust me, I am tempted from an evolutionary perspective to cheat on you, to free ride. This is why humans are so acutely attuned to detecting cheaters, and why cheating leads to instinctual rage or disgust. The tools that evolution gave us to detect cheating are largely based on face-to-face signals, body languages, and any mismatch between the body language, which is generated by the lizard brain, and the verbal language, which is generated by the cortex. Now, there's a whole field studying this. I'm not making it up. You can read books on nonverbal communication. You can read books on how people detect lying. Much of it is face-to-face. And it's why in-person events like this are so much richer and rewarding. So what's this got to do with digital? The digital world has stripped away the tools that humans instinctively use to establish trust in other humans. That's a problem of first order. Provocation number 3. We are here to talk about mistrust, not trust. Mistrust, not trust. That may seem like a distinction without a difference, but I would argue it is not. Our baked-in evolutionary psychology gives us a long memory of cheating instances. That is why keeping trust alive is a whole lot easier than bringing it back to life. To use a distinctly non-digital phrase, trust arrives on foot, but leaves on horseback. So I'll stop there. Trust is a cyborg. Evolutionary psychology is a thing, and we're talking about mistrust, not trust. As I said, those are provocations, not solutions, but I thought I'd leave it with that. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. I forgot to introduce Martin Vetterli, president of EPFL.
Great. It's a great pleasure to be here at the Graduate Institute. Thank you very much, Marie-Laure, Richard, Michael, and the organizers for inviting me. It's truly the first time I'm inside the building. Usually I'm just across the train tracks because EPFL has a campus called Campus Biotech. And so I see the beautiful building from outside. And I was always dreaming of being inside. So now dream come true. Now Richard Baldwin is a very hard act to follow, as I know from the WEF and other places where I heard him talk. Oh, thank you very much. But I'll try. And I'll just start with a question. How many of you, please raise your hand, still uses WhatsApp? Who uses WhatsApp? This is amazing. Okay, so I thought mistrust was, the third provocation. So you guys are amazing. Where is the horse so that, trust leaves with a horse on horseback? I don't see it. So I actually skipped WhatsApp when they did the update on privacy settings because it was totally unclear what was going to happen. So I erased WhatsApp, but I was obviously the only one in the room, right? And lots of people are annoyed because, how can you leave WhatsApp and so on? But, that's a basic question, and there is absolutely no trust in current technology. And I, talk here as a technologist. So let me give you 3 points, or actually 4, as an introduction. And the first one is there a problem? I think we already know there is a problem, but I'll give a few more examples. Then I'll discuss a little bit the notion of trust, how I see it. And it's interesting. I think trust is a result of evolutionary biology. I totally agree with this. And, you know, if we don't deal with it properly, we'll be inside the cage and the chimpanzees will watch us. So maybe we should actually work on the problem seriously. Then talk a little bit about what I think the governance should be around digital trust. And then talk just a little bit of what's happening in arc lémanique between our various institutions on this topic, which is very important in fundamentally, but it's also very important here in the arc lémanique because of the presence of all the international organizations in Geneva and the various institutes and universities in the arc lémanique. Okay, so is trust a new problem or privacy? So I'll take privacy. The issue of privacy, for example, with medical data
Recording
is one
in
of the
progress.
hot topics. It's really an impediment to progress actually in using data around developing, you know, drugs and cures and so on. Interestingly, you know, the founder of modern medicine, Hippocrates, said, "All that may come to my knowledge in the exercise of my profession as a medical doctor or in daily commerce with men, which ought not to be spread abroad, I will keep secret and will never reveal." So, you know, 2.5 millennia ago, we sort of knew there was a problem and there was a way to actually take care of the problem. So something went wrong along the way. Okay, so today I think we are in a disastrous situation. Here is a quote about Cambridge Analytica. "Personal data is out there and is used against us in ways we do not understand." I think it, you know, puts democracy in trouble, as we saw in the United States. It leads to manipulation of elections. This is interesting because usually, you know, we thought, you know, the Western world knew how to run democracies and we would teach it to the rest of the world. It turns out we don't know how to run democracy in a digital world either. Of course, the key culprits, I'm sorry to say, because some representatives of companies are in the room, maybe not of Facebook. This is my favorite cartoon by Chapat, the local cartoonist. Cartoonist who used to be in the New York Times, okay? And as you know, the New York Times stopped cartoons. That's another issue about digitalization and trust and open debate. Anyway, so the cartoon says it all, right? This is our friend Zuki helping us getting rid of our personal data. Now, Zuckerberg, you know, does exactly what he has to do. He generates shareholder value. If you would ask shareholders of Facebook, if, you know, lowering the privacy protection is good for business, they would all applaud because it's very good for Facebook's business. What I totally do not understand is that government just sits there and think it's just a proper way to do it. Marie-Laure mentions the beginning of the 20th century where there's a problem of monopoly and governments actually took the case in their own hands, broke up big monopolies and so on. Around, you know, digital monopolies, very little is happening. Of course, the governments themselves are not very good either, and this is one of my favorite memes, right? So the kid says, "Dad says you're spying on us," and Omama says, "He's not your dad." So, you know, we never know if NSA or Facebook knows more about you. Probably, you know, they exchange data happily. So good. So we have a problem, and I think the problem is the relationship between, you know, society, humans, which are still driven by reptilian brains most of the time, and companies that have incredibly powerful technologies and no incentives not to do all the bad things they are actually doing. Sorry to be so explicit. And, you know, I get funding from Google and others, so I can speak openly about the issue. With total conflict of interest. All right, so is trust a new issue? No, and I usually show this, which I'm sure you know this about blockchain. Blockchain is a very old idea. If I have to choose what I trust more, the Swiss franc or what's called the ray stones of the island of Yap. The ray stones are these elements that sort of show who owns actually a certain property or a certain amount of value. And the blockchain is actually oral history. This is something that has been used for hundreds of years in the South Pacific. So the idea of blockchain is, is not new at all. And it's, of course, distributed trust, it's traceability, it's transparency. When people think Bitcoin is bad because it helps cybercrime, it depends how you look at it, because it's also a way to actually keep track of exchanges. And if you have to transform Bitcoins into dollars, you actually need a physical place, well, physical in the sense of a accredited place to actually do the transformation. And if that's regulated, cybercrime is actually also regulated, just like money laundering is regulated. So technology is actually very powerful and present. It's simply not used by governments and by societies to the best of current knowledge. Good. So now the issue I think we have, and at EPFL we have been thinking about this for a number of years. Olivier Crochat, the executive director of the Center for Digital Trust, is here, and I think Jean-Pierre Rubaud, my colleague and academic director of C4DT, will join us later. The idea is, okay, we go into this cyber world, and how are we going to recreate trust we are used to in a physical world? In Dunbar was mentioned, so the Dunbar number says you can, sort of recognize 150 people and have trust relationships. Well, even my daughter has, I don't know how many friends on Facebook. I don't know how she does it. She must have a much bigger brain than my little nut here. There is a problem. It doesn't scale, right? So technology has been scaling exponentially. We as humans have not really followed up. And to recreate the notion of trust in the digital world is a true challenge, not just technologically. It's in principle easy if governance is right, but I think it's very hard for humans to actually accomplish this feat. That we are losing trust, I mentioned several examples, and they are listed here. There is a long laundry list of why trust has been eroding. There are a few lone voices like The Guardian, the New York Times, and a few others that are watching out, but they don't have the same business model as Facebook. They're actually probably struggling to make shareholder value, but I think these are exactly the people we know: free press, free media, and so on. In Switzerland, an example of mistrust, which was misplaced, it was mentioned before, is the Swiss COVID app. And since EPFL was deeply involved in the development of Swiss COVID app, this is amazing because it is best of class privacy. It was developed in 6 weeks during the first wave of the COVID. It's a totally distributed system with no traceability, no location, and so on. Very smart protocol. Actually so smart that this protocol influenced Google and Apple to, for once, collaborate and change their operating system so that the COVID app could actually be used and do digital contact tracing. So far, so good. Okay, that was a good part of the story. But then, of course, all of a sudden, people who use, WhatsApp and Facebook and Instagram and so on, sort of said, oh, but this could actually be a privacy risk, okay? So we are in the middle of a pandemic. Here is something that is order of magnitude better than what most people use daily. And all of a sudden people say, well, maybe it's not what we should be using. I was totally flabbergasted, but it showed that technology is good, but it's certainly not enough. And if we don't work properly, and here I come back to what Marie-Laure said, if we don't have this very deep interaction with social sciences, technology is not going to work in its application for the good of mankind. It was really an incredible lesson for us because we're very proud of having done this in 6 weeks and interacted with Google and Apple and so on and done the right thing from a technology point of view, but from a communication, from interacting with the Swiss authorities, I have to say this, it was not easy at all. The result was unsatisfactory. It wasn't as bad as was said before. I think 25% of Swiss population has actually the Swiss COVID app, but what we needed to really master the pandemic would have been more like 60 or 75%, which was very hard to achieve. You also know that Switzerland has a low vaccination rate, which is another example of distrust, in that case, not of digital technology, but of just science, right? Science does a miracle, develops a vaccine in less than 12 months, and the Swiss population sort of says, nice, but maybe not. Incredible, okay, but that's a reality again. It's our limitation in interacting with society in general, in explaining science properly and so on. Good. Speaking of governance, you have heard this a million times. Data is the new oil, but it needs to be refined. But it has to be refined in a way that we understand, that is also properly regulated. And if we do this in a clean, ethical, and sustainable way, then data could be the new oil of a modern society where trust is being developed. This will require that we have digital governance, but very few of the companies involved in the business actually want digital governance, right? I mean, this is the Far West. You know, the Far West is a great place if you have a big gun and you can own a lot of territory. And as long as it goes, as long as it's the Far West, it's great for shareholder value. What I'm very surprised, and I also surprised here in Geneva, is that international governance is not being set up. That the reason is, of course, very simple. Cyberspace is like a new planet, and land grabbing is a long tradition when you have open new space that is not owned by anybody. And so for now, the various powers to be find this very convenient that this cyber planet is actually unregulated, so they can go for it and own large swaths of new territory. Okay, but this cannot go on forever. We still need, in this cyber planet, this cyberspace, we need all the features of the physical world, as long as we exist as physical beings. Maybe we'll be, at some point only live in the matrix, but for now we're still physically in a room. So we need trust, we need fairness, a big issue, for example, in machine learning. We need privacy, security. We need democratic control. This is something I have spent time on because in my job, I interact with politicians. I think there we have another limitation. It's not a criticism, but the people who are supposed to run these democratic processes have, how shall I call it, euphemistically, maybe a limited understanding of what's happening in the digital world. This is changing. There is a new generation of politicians coming, all over the world, including Switzerland, that have a certain, how shall I say, understanding of digital technologies. And I hope this will also change the way politics will look at regulation. Now, data itself is the ultimate interdisciplinary topic. If you think of science in general, science is about generating data and then generating knowledge out of data. Running many of our processes in the modern economy is about data, etc., etc. So it's certainly informed by natural science and technology, but it is really society that has to keep the lead on how to deal with data, with the issues that I mentioned before, like privacy and security and so on. Good. So all of this says we need to collaborate. We need to collaborate, and I'm very happy to say that here in Arc-Lémanique, we have an incredible collection of institutions that have a tradition of interacting, and as of late have actually interacted much more. The Graduate Institute, of course, the university here in Geneva, the university in Lausanne, and the IMD also in Lausanne. So we have 5 players that covers the entire spectrum from social sciences, humanities, to natural sciences, to computer science, and so on. And I say in collaboration with trust, a lot of things are already happening, and I'm very bullish about this because the potential is enormous. And I don't know any other place, I have to be very honest, I don't know any other place in the world that has this collection of high quality institutes covering this broad spectrum. I mean, you can think of Harvard, they will say, well, MIT can do it alone. Well, no, sorry, MIT cannot do it alone. And Harvard, is very snobbish about technology, etc. I could go on. I think here we have also the fact that Switzerland is a neutral country. So when we deal with issues like this, we talk, from a from a point of view that I think is more respected than some other places on the planet that shall remain unnamed. We should take advantage of the fact that we are here in Geneva, in international Geneva, and all work together on this super important topic. I'm going to skip the next few slides because I think I'm running late, and just finish with the necessary New Yorker cartoon. Okay, for health and safety reasons, we'll be transitioning to cybercrime. I think many people have done that transition, and it's for society to, regulate this area as well. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for all of those opening thoughts. I think that really set the stage. It gave, I think, quite a reading list, including Richard's book, which I've read, by the way, and also topics in ranging from evolutionary psychology to trust busting, some of the other social sciences. So I think a lot to think about, and then some specific questions and thoughts on digital trust. And if I can go back to Richard's third provocation, that we're talking about mistrust, not trust. The question is, we have a lot of digital mistrust today. For the rest of the day, how can we try and get that back? How can we bring back the trust, and in particular, have trust going forward into the future? So thank you very much. And I'd like to then please thank everyone. And we'll call forward the, no, not coffee break. We'll call forward the first panel, please. Thank you. And while the panel is setting up, just a quick housekeeping note. We'll have microphones going through the audience for questions throughout the panel. And if you're online, please put your questions into the Q&A on the Zoom, and I will read them out to the audience. And I'll give your name unless you indicate that you wouldn't want that, but otherwise I'll read out the questions. And after this will be the coffee break. Okay, so we'll have the coffee break at 10:30. Also a reminder, at the end of the day, we'll have cocktails upstairs at the restaurant in Pedal 5 on the 8th floor, if you can join us after the final panel at 5 p.m. We're just waiting for the panel to set up. And I will be turning over to the moderator, Konstantinos Komaitis, my former colleague, and the rest of the panel, please introduce. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Michael. Good morning, everyone. It's really great to be here. This is my first face-to-face conference in 2 years, so I feel a little bit out of space, but here we go. My name is Konstantinos Komaitis. I am an international policy fellow with the Brave New Software Foundation in the United States. And when Michael asked me to do this, I jumped right into it because trust is certainly something, I'm hearing my voice, that I have been thinking about quite a lot as part of my work, and I have been discussing. So I'm very much looking forward to this. Just before I go and introduce our panel and we start discussing this, I think that one of the things that we need to understand is that discussions on trust, they seem to be happening quite a lot recently, but certainly trust is not a recent thing for the internet. It's just that in the beginning, trust used to be a variable. And what I mean by that is that the way autonomous systems work on the internet, i.e. the technology of the internet, when they send announcements and other autonomous systems receive them, there is an issue of trust there that is being built between those autonomous systems to send that announcement and receive the data, so then it gets displayed. However, right now, trust, especially over the past few years, it has become a restriction for the internet. And we've heard the previous speakers talk about Cambridge Analytica and a lot of other issues. I read somewhere, and I really thought that it really hits the mark. It is often said that trust is a resource you draw upon in a crisis. Now, it is much harder to build trust in a crisis, but one of the things that we know is that we are certainly in a crisis. Misinformation and disinformation are rampant in the internet. There is ransomware actually is increasing significantly, and I hope that we will touch that a little bit with Theodora. Terrorism online, child sexual exploitation, cyber warfare, these are all things that indicate some sort of a crisis. So with that in mind, we will attempt to deconstruct a little bit the idea of trust with this panel, and we have a great panel. Let me just pull everybody's names and affiliations. So first of all, Vincent Cassard. Vincent is a deputy head of the Data Protection Office at the International Committee of the Red Cross. And before joining the Data Protection Office, Vincent held a range of field positions for the ICRC in Africa, North America, Eastern Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Then, right to my left, we have Theodora Dragan, and she's the Data Protection Officer and Legal Counsel at the Cyber Peace Institute. She's the co-founder of the Swiss Data Protection Office Association and was recently named one of the top 100 digital shapers for Switzerland. And I believe we have online, but I cannot see him online, Robin Wilton. There he is. Hi, Robin. Robin is the Internet Society's Director for Internet Trust, and his work extends across tech policy issues on the themes of encryption, digital identity, privacy, ethical data handling, and so on and so forth. So without further ado, I would like each one of you to take perhaps 5 minutes or so and tell me how do you see trust through your own work and what does it mean for your own organizations? Vincent, shall I start with you?
Thank you. Well, I represent the ICRC, so we have a mandate to assist and support population affected by violence and conflict. So we are working in very specific environments, and trust is really the basis of what we do. We would not exist without that. We need the trust of first, the population, the affected population. They need to trust that the data we collect, the information we collect is used only for humanitarian purpose. If someone gives you the name of his family members that he's looking for, he wants you to use this data for this purpose only, because he might be in a situation that would make him vulnerable to arrest or to other issues. Then you have the states, and the states, it's the same. They trust that we come in a situation, in this difficult situation, that, for example, we will visit a prison, and they trust that the information we gather or the data we collect will be only used in a bilateral, confidential dialogue with them. We will not publish reports, we will not spread this information, and there is very sensitive information there. Then you have the armed group that could be in the scenario, and the armed group has a similar trust that we will get this information, but it will not be spread for other purposes. For example, we have a privilege not to testify in an international court if there's a war crime or crime that is being taken care of. So there again, there's a trust. There's a fourth one that is maybe more usual in terms of accountability, where we have donors, obviously, that trust money to us so that we make good use of it, and it's more a question of accountability. So in order to do that, we have a number of key principles. We have, obviously, neutrality, not taking side in conflict. We have impartiality in the way we deliver aid, and independence, and as well confidentiality. The challenge is to transform these principles into reality in the digital world. We, in a way, know how to do it in a face-to-face trust relationship dialogue. It's been a challenge with the digital transformation to implement them in the digital world.
Thanks very much, Vincent. Theodora, the Cyber Peace Institute is relatively new, right? Yet it has an ambitious goal. How does trust, what role does trust play in your work and in the Cyber Peace Institute's work?
So thank you for having me today on this panel. I am indeed the Data Protection Officer at the Cyber Peace Institute. We are based in Campus Biotech, so right around the corner. And I too was waiting to join the Graduate Institute for an event, so I'm very happy to be here. So for us, we are a relatively new organization, but it's truly impressive that although we were funded in 2019, and we have run all of our operations in the last year and a half throughout the pandemic period. So we were founded right before the pandemic actually started. And despite that, we have managed to put together an impressive range of programs and initiatives that are very much connected to trust and to preventing the impact of cyber attack on people's lives. So, for example, we have a report online on how cyber attacks have impacted human lives, especially in the healthcare sector, which we have seen there was an incredible pervasiveness of cyber attacks in healthcare during the past year or so, even more than before. And this is definitely one of the main topics when it comes to trust in cybersecurity. It's that there are three elements, actually. One is the pervasiveness of cyber attacks, the fact that they seem to be everywhere, and we hear of huge cyber attacks lately from ransomware, supermarket chain. There was a supermarket chain in Sweden that was shut down. They couldn't open their stores because of a ransomware attack. There was a Colonial Pipeline attack, and they had to shut down their operations for a few days while they were dealing with it. So there are these enormous attacks, and then faced with that, people tend to feel that they are powerless. So we tend to feel that in our individuality, there is simply not much that we can do to stop that or to prevent it or even to protect ourselves. So from that point of view, there is definitely a feeling that we have seen also in our research and in the surveys that we have conducted, a feeling of powerlessness and really not knowing where to start. And we have worked, one of our main programs that we are running is called the Cyber Peace Builders. And we work with NGOs based all around the world to help those NGOs to become more cyber resilient. And we do that by putting them in contact with cybersecurity experts and privacy experts who then provide input through a corporate volunteering program. So this is one of our main programs, and you can see more details actually on our website, of course. The point of this program is to really help NGOs who work with people who are very vulnerable oftentimes, and charitable organizations around the world to protect themselves from a cybersecurity point of view. And one of the issues that these NGOs encounter is that people want to fund their cause, they want to fund their mission. They rarely are willing to fund their infrastructure. So that's a huge problem that they are encountering, and we are trying to play our part in fixing this and in making the cyber space a safer place, especially for vulnerable communities.
Thank you very much, Theodora. Hi, Robin. It's good to see you again. I know that you have been thinking about trust for quite some time. Please give us a little bit your point of view of what it means, and especially for the Internet Society, and what sort of work is being done towards it.
Sure. Thanks so much, Konstantinos. It's great to see you again. And for those in the audience, clearly I'm appearing virtually, not face to face. So as Richard pointed out, you can't trust a word I say. It's a pleasure for me to be here, but it's a tragedy in a way for you, the audience, that it's me, because I'm actually standing in for Carmela Troncoso from the EPFL. And it's a real shame she couldn't join today, because she has just co-authored a paper published today on a very relevant topic here. The title of the paper is Bugs in Our Pockets, and the subtitle is The Risks of Client-Side Scanning. So this is a really timely paper, and I encourage everyone here to look it up after the event. It's about the risk that is posed by policies that threaten the security and integrity of the devices that we carry around with us in our pockets every day. So I would like to take a couple of minutes to follow on from the excellent opening remarks and perhaps set out some ways in which we should think about trust systematically when we look at online trust. And the first one, I think, is to propose a candidate definition. And this, I think, is in line with what both Richard and Marie-Laure said in their opening remarks. I think trust is a belief. I think it's a belief that someone else will act in your interests or will not act contrary to your interests, even if they have an opportunity and a motivation to do otherwise. So we put our trust in other people to do things that won't harm us. Clearly, when you go online, there are multiple opportunities for third parties to act contrary to your interests. In fact, those opportunities are almost unlimited, because in our online world, everything we do is mediated through at least one third party, whether that's an ISP, a telco, a mail server, a website, an e-commerce site, a social networking platform. These are all intermediaries, and they are all in a position to act contrary to our interests. And actually, it gets worse than that, because all of the examples that I gave there are essentially digital. They're in the binary, the soft world. But as Bruce Schneier has been pointing out increasingly recently, the digital world can now affect the physical world because of things like connected objects. In other words, the digital world can actually reach out into the physical world and in some cases kill you. It can certainly put you at risk if you think of things like digitally controlled and connected vehicles, door locks, CCTV cameras, and so on. So connected objects mean that the digital world can affect your physical safety. So looking at the session description, why isn't the lack of trust that people express if you ask them more evident in a rejection of online or digital services? And I think this comes back to some of the points that Richard and Marie-Laure made about our evolutionary instincts. The signals that would tell you that your trust in something is misplaced are often missing in the online world. You don't get the reliable signals back that say, this is a dangerous online place to be, or this third party is acting contrary to your interests, because the effects of what you do online are often remote from you in time and place. And so you don't get that feedback for which what Richard described as the lizard brain is evolved to cope. The lizard brain's evolved to cope with things like a fire coming at you or a tiger jumping out at you. It's not evolved to cope with the risk that accrues when you smoke a cigarette each day or when you eat a donut and build up cholesterol in your arteries. So our risk assessments about online trust are often flawed because we don't get the kind of signals that we're evolved to process and react to. Looking specifically at some of the threats, and I won't take more than a couple more minutes. Looking at some of the threats to our safety, our interests, when we go online, we should think about things like malicious apps that do things that they didn't say they were doing. We should look at zero-day attacks and the hoarding of that kind of vulnerability. In other words, things that don't necessarily exploit the functionality of an app, but which perhaps exploit a flaw in the underlying system, the integrity of the operating system, and so on. Regardless of what happens on the platform you hold, of course, there are risks that arise from things like insecure communication online. Communication that is only in clear, HTTP, when you visit a website rather than an encrypted session. Silent listeners to encrypted conversations. And we've seen policy proposals to add silent listeners to services like WhatsApp and Signal so that law enforcement can listen in undetectably to otherwise encrypted conversations. We've seen policies for mandated backdoors to encryption. We've seen policies that proposed mandated escrow of keys. Key escrow is where You have someone around to replace the locks on your front door, and you notice that when he finishes the job, he hands you 2 of the keys and he keeps a 3rd one. And you say, well, hold on, it's my lock. Shouldn't you give me that key? And the locksmith says, no, I have to drop that one off at the police station on the way back. And clearly, you would think that was pretty weird if it was your front door key, but yet governments have frequently proposed that as a solution to law enforcement access to encrypted data.
Robin, can you please, 30 seconds?
Indeed.
Wrap up.
There's a common theme across these, and it is that the most reliable way to protect your interests online is to use technology to do it, and to minimize your dependence on third parties, on procedure, on the governance, which, as Marie-Laure said, is necessary, but only a first step towards online trust.
Thanks, Robin, and thank you all. So I think that one of the things that we keep on hearing, and we've heard it in the morning session, the opening remarks, and right now it sort of comes across, is that there is this oxymoron, right? There is a sense that there is a gradual loss of trust in digital, and yet again, we see that people really bounce back to those very services that might actually betray their trust, and they continue to use digital heavily. Two questions, I guess one question with two parts. Why do you think people are losing trust in the internet? And what is the impact of this lack of trust? What does it create? Theodora, I'm going to start with you.
So I think, first of all, people are losing trust because, like I was saying, there is a pervasiveness of cyber attacks, and it feels like it's almost something that is too big for us as humans to even handle and to even be able to stand up to it. So I was looking in preparing for this conference because it was Digital Trust 2025. I actually researched the data for the value of cyber attacks that is expected to, the value that cyber attacks are expected to reach by 2025. And that's $10 trillion. So in terms of economy, if we looked at the value of cyber attacks as if it was a country, it would be the third largest economy in the world after the US and China. So we are looking really at an incredible threat that is just huge. And on the other side, we have human beings that don't have the same aligned incentives to take the same type of measures and to protect themselves in the same way, although information is widely available nowadays. So it goes back to what Martin Vetterli was saying before about WhatsApp and the fact that there is a tendency of people to continue using WhatsApp, although we know that there are issues with the data transfer, with the data sharing between apps, and still people keep using it. And the reason for that is that as humans, we don't evolve as quickly as technology does. So I think that's also at the really at the bottom of the trust and mistrust topic is the fact that we have difficulty keeping up. So to bring it back to my work and the work that we do at the Cyber Peace Institute, for us, raising awareness is a huge issue, and it's something that we're very passionate about. So we try to raise awareness about the cyber attacks, but also about how they are conducted and how people can protect themselves. So it's not so much to create fear or to provoke panic, but really to provide solutions. And what was the second part of your question?
It was, what is the impact that you're feeling of this loss of trust?
The impact is really, it can be perceived on many, many different levels. So when we look at a cyber attack, for example, depending on the industry or the sector of the business that is being attacked, or of the NGO, of the organization, it's not just the lack of access to services, which is very apparent, but it's also, as a result, it's the fact that in some situations or in some industries, when we look at healthcare, there's a true impact on human lives. So in our reports that we have conducted and we have published already, we look at how hospitals have recovered from cyber attacks and how the effects of cyber attacks have been really have dragged on throughout time, and how they have had to, in order to restore their data, restore their system, that has taken a long time. There's also an example of a hospital that was subject to a cyber attack in Germany in September of last year. And as a result, a person had to be sent to a different hospital. In the meantime, this person didn't make it. So although this case went to court and it was held that it was not entirely the liability of the hospital for not having had a more secure system, because apparently the hospital had quite a good level of security, the impact of that attack really reached the most precious aspect of human lives, which is that a human life was claimed as a result of a cyber attack. So I think really this sums it up as to how bad it can get. It's not just a financial impact, it's not just the operational impact, it's really, in some cases, it can be a matter of life and death. And again, this is not to provoke fear, but really to stimulate and to incentivize the audience, especially because we are here today, and this shows that we are interested in these issues, and we can all be ambassadors for it and talk about it and explain to people around us, and really advocate for more awareness, for more information, and for making sure that people use this information and that they change their behavior, and that they try to keep up with the pace of the technology, because otherwise we will just keep using the same systems that we are used to just because we have learned how to use these systems. But maybe it's time for us to really step up and to try to be more on the edge, and to try and follow through and follow the pace of technology.
Thanks, Theodora. By the way, if any of you has any questions, please raise your hand and interrupt. This is meant to be a conversation. But Vincent, coming back to you, you've mentioned in your opening remarks how important trust is in the humanitarian work that the ICRC is doing. Are you seeing a change because of this loss of trust? Are you seeing a change in the ability of the ICRC actually to do its work the way it's supposed to? Does it affect the work of the Red Cross?
Well, yes and no. Yes, because we have to find solution in this digital world for the same questions we had before. And no, because there's two different stake of issues. I mean, you have the fact that the affected population, there is a power imbalance that makes it very difficult actually for the affected population to make this choice. So there is a bit of a shift of responsibility where we are extremely careful to uphold very strong privacy standards. And I'm thankful from Martin Vitali mention of privacy, because it's a basis of our approach. And there we have, I mean, one of the solutions stands really with us to make choices where we use technology very carefully, responsibly. For example, the use of biometrics. It's been clearly an issue in Afghanistan recently, where Taliban used biometric data that were collected by the American forces and put them to a use that was not planned, basically, possibly some executions. So for us, when we use biometrics, we are extremely careful, and it's a bit in our side that we have to make this choice on minimizing the data. Then there's another element linked to government or groups and this confidential dialogue that we want to maintain. And this is extremely challenging because we have two things that are putting that at risk for us. It's been mentioned. I mean, first, the very complex architecture of service providers. How do you maintain this confidentiality there? And the second thing is legal access to data. For example, like the Cloud Act that put access to data in an extraterritorial way. And there's really a challenge, and I'm opening the floor because one of the elements is linked to some negotiations we have to minimize this risk, but as well, we need to develop tools or approaches that allow us in a digital work to have this neutrality. Because for us, the question is simple. We want to maintain the use of data for a single purpose, humanitarian purpose only, which means we're not only focusing on compliance, because there we will have an opposite approach. We will want that to limit the use of this data, meaning that we will want to avoid access by security forces, even legitimate access by governments, because we lose the trust given by people that are in a precarious situation. So for us, it's a difficult balance, because we want to be able to answer to this simple question: yes, this data is only used to solve your humanitarian problem, not for something else. I think that so for us, the kind of place where we have more challenges is this digital space to maintain this neutrality, because of this legal access, because of this complex cloud service providers, for example, or these complex architectures. And we have to find ways to, and there are ways, I mean, obviously it's incremental, but in terms of data, where you localize the data, which jurisdiction you will choose, or things like that. But that's where the main challenge is. There's obviously an enormous cybersecurity challenge, but I think it's a more common, where we are all on the same boat on that one, even if we can be a target for different things. But then the environment is in a way similar, because in terms of misinformation, disinformation, we are navigating spaces where this challenge is present and sometimes a bit more acute in conflict situation with consequences on the life of individuals. But it's the same trust that we have to build on a really daily basis, even though often we are far from this culture or situations.
Thanks, Vincent. I don't see any questions. Robin, I think it sort of goes back also to a little bit of what Vincent was saying. The internet is this decentralized technology, right? And if you have a decentralized architecture, the idea is that trust must be much easier to achieve. Yet we're finding ourselves again in the precarious position where we are. And, going back to what Vincent was saying, how do we ensure that certain forms of data are used for specific purposes, humanitarian in the ICRC's position? We have seen the emergence of trust brokers or trust agents in the internet. And this is now becoming a new business model where people are, where companies are emerging and various entities are emerging in order to ensure that the trust is not lost. Do you think that this is going to solve anything in terms of trust? Is it going to help us go back to a place where we trust the internet as a decentralized technology, or are there other things that are also causing this misplacement of trust? Just an easy question for you.
Yeah, and you're going to hate the first part of my answer, which is to be completely pedantic. Yes, the internet as an infrastructure is decentralized, but some of the services that run over it are anything but. And so it's perfectly possible that the decentralized infrastructure underneath is behaving in an entirely trustworthy way, but the things that go over it are not. And actually, that's kind of one of the problems, because one of the reasons why we tend to trust online services is that the invisible parts of the service seem to work deterministically and as we would expect. You do end up at the website you expected to end up at when you type in the URL. Your email does get to the right person. And so the infrastructure seems to be working correctly. It doesn't really give us signs that it's malfunctioning. And that's possibly because that's true. The infrastructure may well be functioning and yet be a host, a vehicle for things that are untrustworthy. And I think you raised this in the form of an oxymoron or a paradox. Unfortunately, English doesn't have a word for either of those things. But why is it that the visible behavior of a number of online services is systemically harmful, and yet people still use those services? And I think there's a funny kind of calculus here that people recognize that there is a systemic harm arising from, say, a platform that spreads disinformation. But on the other hand, they derive individual benefit from their use of that platform. And I can kind of my spider sense is tingling. I can feel Michael Kendi having to sit on his hands so as not to jump up in the air and say, negative externalities, negative externalities. These platforms can get away with this because the cost of the systemic harm is so widely spread, and yet the individual benefit is perceived by each of us individually. So I think that's partly what's going on here. And I think we're really lucky to have Vincent here, because the International Committee of the Red Cross's raison d'etre is ethically driven. And if that were the case for all online service providers, there wouldn't be this inconsistency between the systemic outcomes that can be very harmful and the individual outcomes that can be of benefit to us as users.
Thanks, Robin. I see someone having a question. Please go ahead. Can you please introduce yourself as well? Thank you.
Cedric Ayman, working for the Konrad Adenauer Foundation. And so I have one question specifically for you, Theodora, which would be if in your work you also work with parliamentarians, in the sense of, you mentioned working with NGOs to raise awareness, but that also brings me to the broader question for the entire panel, which would be if you see some specific political institutions or avenues in which they can enhance trust and build greater trust, and also in the sense of political accountability, because digital trust, as we've mentioned with the different institutions, is difficult to create because there is a lack of incentive, if we want to call it that. And thank you very
so much. Theodora, why don't we start with you?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Indeed, an excellent question. So we do have a team at the Cyber Peace Institute that is working on advancement issues, which are closely related to working with governments. However, we have a neutral position, and neutrality is very important to us. This is also why we do not accept funding from any states, with the exception of Switzerland, as our host country, we would accept funding from them, but not from any other government. So neutrality is very important to us. So whenever we engage, it's more from having a conversation, calling for action. So we do have this kind of activity. However, I wouldn't say that we go as far as lobbying specifically. So I hope that answers your question. Was there a second part to your question?
Thank you. The second part was for all panelists, but also like your take on this a lot. If you see political institutions that are promising in creating, let's say, trust increasing measures, also on the political level, also with International Geneva, if there's something to be done on this level.
Yes, for that, it's difficult. It's a difficult question. There is some activity, but at the same time, it's not at the level yet where I would say that we can expect to see immediate change. So it's also well known that from a privacy perspective as well, that the laws kind of follow the development, again, of technology, not the other way around. We would want that to change. So we would appreciate to have more regulation upfront rather than regulation trailing behind the technological progress. However, one example is that the new revised version of the Swiss Data Protection Act is coming into force next year. So that's definitely good news. And it is hoped that with the development of more privacy laws around the world, this is a movement and the kind of trend that started in 2018 with the European Union's General Data Protection Regulation. And there have been replicas to this regulation in different areas of the world, in Brazil, for example. More recently, also in China. China has released a new law as well on privacy and security. So there are developments. However, it's something that still needs a lot of work. And it could lead to trust, because if all the organizations around the world start to follow those laws and to comply, at least for the sake of checking those boxes in the first place, then the use of data that we see online would be more in line with what we should expect to see. Because now there's also an issue where mistrust is coming from, which is related to the collection of data that is not relevant for a specific purpose. So even when it comes to, for example, one example that I like to give often is when you purchase tickets to, let's say, cinema or a theater or the opera. Normally, when you go to the box office, you can just go, you pay for your tickets, you get your tickets, and that's it. However, when you're online, you're often asked to create an account, and that account requests for your physical address. Whereas, for example, the tickets, there's an option to receive those tickets online into your email. So there would be no reason to give your physical address. So there are issues like that organizations around the world are not really aligned on. So the amount of data collection is still a bit too much compared to what is actually provided to the customers as a service. So with the with more laws on these topics around the world, hopefully this will lead to a better grasp of privacy and security by more organizations, and hopefully in turn that will lead to more trust from individuals. Hopefully, it's a hope.
Thanks, Theodora. I'm going to expand a little bit on your question, because I think you're hitting a very interesting point, and turn to you, Vincent. Do you think, first of all, there is an increasing and intense regulatory activity currently, and a lot of that, right, is premised under this idea of trust. We are regulating to keep you safe, and you can trust us that we will do that, for instance, we're hearing. At the same time, I think that one of the consistent messages that I'm picking up from each one of you is that trust really relates with issues of privacy as well as wider human rights. Do you think that if we have such laws, right, that address privacy issues and human rights issues, will we fix privacy? Will privacy automatically just magically not be an issue once we have those laws in place?
No, but it's clearly, I mean, I have to see, I prefer to see the glass half full, because, okay, as a humanitarian, I guess I can't do anything else. But when you see the development, I mean, in different countries, I mean, I see if we follow very closely in the countries we work, the development of privacy laws or data protection laws. And we see it as a very positive sign, because mainly they are based on the Convention 108 model, and they are quite protective, and it brings some agency to the individuals, it brings transparency, so it's a plus. The other side of the coin is that it's as well an element of control and of power, basically, from state. So there are elements of data localizations that can be extremely strong. And there suddenly, maybe we have a question, because remember, my first objective is to be able to say, okay, we will use your data only for this humanitarian purpose. And no, security services will not have access because it's none of their business. We're doing humanitarian work or health work. And that's where this data localization, this more control or legal access to data that goes hand in hand with this development can be a problem. So we have to find a balance. So I certainly don't think it will be a magical element, but a positive one. And the last one is on specific use of technology. I think sometimes, I mean, I see very positively elements related, for example, to the use of artificial intelligence, and in Europe, the legal development are extremely interesting in that matter, because it's these legal elements plus technical elements, I mean, with others combined, that will make us use more responsibly this kind of technology.
Thanks, Vincent. Michael, do we have any remote questions? No, I have one. Okay, please go ahead then.
Thanks. I just wanted to pick up on a topic that a few of you have been touching in terms of raising awareness. I think, Theodora, you talked about that. Robin, you were saying, that individuals want to use these services even though they're causing these negative externalities. I agree. That's systemic harms. And so some services like WhatsApp people are using even though Martin mentioned some of the issues and reasons to stop. And then other services are actually privacy protecting, like the COVID app. So I just wanted to talk a little bit, you talked a little bit about laws that can help create awareness or create security, but what are other ways of raising awareness? How do you convince in the humanitarian space people that their data is really only going to be used for one thing, because of course they can't see it once they've given it. They can't know where it's going. So maybe just a little bit about raising awareness and how to get people to, maybe nudge them to use services that are privacy protecting and give more information and awareness about the ones that aren't.
Robin, shall I start with you and then go to Theodore and then Vincent? Thanks.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Michael. I think the one-word answer is transparency. Certainly, when you look at technology, it's so important that the workings and the function of devices, services, applications be open to inspection, so that you can tell whether it's doing what it says on the box. And so clearly things like open standards, open specifications have a role to play there. But again, I don't think those are enough. And something that I would like to see a lot more of is a more systematic approach to incorporating ethical factors into the design and development of technology in general, but digital products and services in particular. And happily, that is an increasingly mature discipline, and there are references and textbooks and courses that put it into practice. What it tends to boil down to, and I used to subscribe to the idea that technology is neutral and it's what you do with it that has the ethical dimension. And actually, it was Professor Sarah Spiekermann at the Economic University of Vienna who gently corrected me and said, no, the technology that reaches the market is the consequence of a series of decisions. And at each of those decision points, ethical factors could play a role and should play a role, but sometimes don't. And so this comes down to a matter of design choices and fairness at each point, because at each of those points you can look at the product or service you're developing and say, I could do it this way or that way. Which one of those paths best reflects the interests of the stakeholders in this development? And so I would like to see that much more pervasive in the technology world.
Thanks, Robin. Theodora, please.
Yes, thank you, Michael, for this question, which is really excellent. So it brings me to one topic that I'm very passionate about, which when it comes to privacy, for example, is about the accessibility of the information that we provide. So I fully agree with Robin as well and what he was saying, that we need to be transparent and we need more transparency. But it's also important how that transparency is manifested. So, for example, this reminded me of a study that I saw in the New York Times, and that's also available online, of the 150 most popular privacy policies, so the most used services online. There was an analysis of the privacy policy of Facebook, Uber, Airbnb, BBC, and it was found that a privacy policy on average takes 18 minutes to read, and it's more complicated to read in terms of the English words used. The study was done on policies in English. It was more complicated to read than works like A Brief History of Time or A Critique of Reason. So it's about that. What is that transparency? Are we really making the real effort to inform people, customers, users, of how their data is being used? Or is it simply an exercise of compliance with the law? So here I'm truly very passionate about this, because I think this is also a source of erosion of trust. Also, when it comes to cookies, for example, we all hate cookies. We seem to not be able to ever refuse cookies, although it's almost like a fake choice. When you go on a website, you try to say no, but then you're taken to a lot of different separate websites where in the end, it kind of makes you say yes. Or if you do say no for the first time, you keep seeing that banner popping up over and over again. So it feels like the only way of using the internet and accessing a website in an easy and relaxed way is to just give up and to just accept those cookies. So this is a real issue, and I'm very much an advocate for writing privacy policies in a very accessible way and using concepts such as legal design. So designing it using icons, using pictograms, using pictures, making it more easy to understand what is it actually that is happening. What should you be concerned about? Do we do this kind of thing? Are we going to transfer your data with our partners? What are they going to do with it? Which kind of data is relevant? So this is something that I really think we need more of, and I encourage you all in your respective organizations to go today and try to read the privacy policy of your organization and think about, do I even understand it? And consider that most of us, I mean, all of us, I think today are professionals with an education, but there are so many users who don't have that and simply don't have that level of understanding of the typical online privacy policy. So it's really super important. And if you have any say in that, please do something about it. Please talk to your companies and try to simplify that. Try to really explain. We have a privacy policy on the Cyber Peace Institute's website. You can see that one. We have bullet points where we really explain what is actually happening, what we do with that data. It's easy to read. It's an example. I'm not saying it's the best one out there, but it's an example for how things could change. And this is really, really important. Transparency is crucial, but so is the way that this transparency is provided.
Thanks, Theodora. Vincent, you will have the last word here.
Thank you. Well, so I try to be an optimist one. Two things. First, I know there's pitfalls and dangers, but as an organization, in terms of privacy by design, you can still make choices. I mean, there are products on the market, but you can still make choices in terms of architecture, in terms of what data you collect, in terms of what tools you use. There's a cost analysis, there's a balance to be made, but it's possible. So one app at a time, you can make the right choices to have tools that are privacy compatible. And we are doing it, and it's possible. Second, there is this question of information. We are trying and making sure information is provided to a vast variety of people in crisis situations. We are dealing with language issue with people that are not always literate. The good news is that it's a pain, but it's possible. Basically, we managed to share a number of information that allow people to make choices. When you are even in a country where there's limited literacy, when you use a cash transfer product and you make clear that this tool will go through the national bank, therefore through the national authority, people can make choice of using it or not, if they are in the opposition movement, for example, or if their location is an issue. And a positive message that it's there again, complex, but it's possible to unpack these elements and provide individuals with capacity to control their data a bit more.
Thank you, Vincent. And unfortunately, we've run out of time, actually. I've been seeing a lot of, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute. I would like to thank all of our panelists, Robin, Vincent, Theodora. Thank you so very much for being here, for sharing your views. And to you all, Michael, back to you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that analysis of what's going on with trust, what the impact of a lack of trust is, and some practical ideas at the end there, how to address it. So now we'll have our coffee break. It's upstairs in the cafeteria. Just go up the stairs and keep going straight to the cafeteria. You need your stickers for that, which I see I've just lost, but you'll need the stickers to get into the cafeteria. Please come back at 11, and we ask that no food or drinks are brought back downstairs around the lobby or the cafeteria. And for those of you online, we'll keep the Zoom open, so have your own coffee break, and we'll see you back here at 11. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Digital Trust 2025 conference for the session 2. Now, I'm Olivier Crochat, the Executive Director of the Center for Digital Trust at EPFL. And I have the privilege to introduce Professor Oiku Wizik, the moderator of this session, during which we'll have speakers from various companies that will explain how they have developed trust over time and the challenges of digitalization and how they address that. Oiku is Professor of Digital Strategy and Cybersecurity at IMD. She's passionate about studying the way disruptive technology challenge our society and organizations. Computer scientist by training, Oiku previously held position at Vlerick Business School in Belgium, at the University of North Texas and Istanbul Bigli University. Her current work centers around data privacy in relation to consumer behavior, as well as the role of transparency in building trust for digital technology. Oiku, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Olivier. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Good morning, everyone. Hello, it's an absolute pleasure to be here, seeing face-to-face you, and dear panelists, welcome as well. So today we're talking about digital trust, and it seems to me that we are surrounded by incidents that hint at rather the lack of it. Just this morning, I was reading about how pieces of Brazilian Amazon forest is on sale on Facebook Marketplace, and that Facebook is saying no to taking action to stopping these illegal sales. But also we are, of course, all heard about the whistleblower and how, for instance, research around Instagram and how its negative impact on the psychology of teenagers has been found, but rather not talked about by Facebook. So clearly these are all things that impact our tours. But social media is one thing. But we also do see an overall lack of trust in big tech. We even have a name for it. We call it techlash, right? The negative implications or negative feelings toward big tech. And of course, cybersecurity is at the center of, or rather a big contributor to this lack of trust. You may have heard about the big leak, a data breach of Twitch last week, where a technical glitch was exploited by hackers, and not only the full source code of the platform, but also the income levels of many streamers were published, to the surprise of the followers of these streamers. Also implicating or have implications on trust. But I personally believe the biggest blow may still come from more social challenges around use of digital, such as algorithmic responsibility in more so-called gig economy. You may have heard about Uber being challenged in a legal challenge in UK over its use of real-time facial analytics, and leading to suspension of several drivers' accounts, and there's a legal battle going on. And we know that this facial recognition technology is already problematic, especially from the perspective of recognizing or detecting people of color. We know that several governments, several law enforcement agencies also use this technology, which reduce the trust of citizens, not only towards these applications from government, but also the technology itself. All these little anecdotes seem to be confirmed also by more global studies, studies such as Edelman Trust Barometer, or studies such as European Commission's Eurobarometer that are conducted regularly and frequently seem to hint at a global reducing trust in digital by the consumers. Yet there are several other examples that show that we can and we do trust many other industries around us. We step in our cars, we step in airplanes and elevators without a second thought, thinking and believing that they will just work just fine. And if they don't, there are consequences. So I wonder, are there no consequences when it comes to digital interactions? And we know that there are many industries that have built auditing mechanisms, certification mechanisms around safe engineering practices. And I wonder, can we not build such auditing mechanisms, certification mechanisms around digital engineering that seems to be surrounding us? So how do we tackle this? The purpose of this panel is to turn our gaze to other industries, to other sectors, in an effort to benchmark and see what we can learn from these other organizations. And we have representatives from finance, from luxury industry, from public service and transportation, as well as a not-for-profit for humanitarian service. And all these businesses have had their share of trust building, as well as their own challenges when it comes to trust. So first, I would like to introduce the panelists and then give them about 5 minutes each so that they can make their initial statements. They can all describe us, their industry, their business, how do they conduct business, and how do they build trust in their rather traditional, not digitally native businesses. So let me start by introducing Marie. Marie Nimond is the Group Chief Data Officer at PICTET and Head of Data and Analytics Service. Her current responsibility includes data management, data governance, analytics, and data science. As Group Chief Data Officer, Mary's goal is to empower a successful data strategy that will enable PICTET to derive maximum value from available data and foster a culture of data-driven innovation. Prior to joining PICTET, Mary worked 7 years in management consulting with Oliver Wyman as an associate partner specialized in financial services and organization practices, where she led several C-level projects across the world, including digital transformation, change management, process design, and operations. And then we have Brenda Killen, who is the Director of Governance at Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, where she brings together public, private, and international institutions to save lives and protect the world against the threat of epidemics, especially. For the last 18 months, she has helped build and run the governance structures around COVAX, the global initiative to accelerate equitable access to COVID-19 vaccines. An economist by training, Brenda has more than 25 years experience of building trust and good governance in international organizations and alliances. She is a member of the UN Secretary General's Independent Accountability Panel for Every Woman, Every Child, and a director of the Women in Global Health Movement. Then we have Klaus. Klaus Tipsmark is the Chief Security Officer of the Richemont Group. He has been with Richemont since March 2017, and before then he worked for Carlsberg Breweries as the Group Chief Security Officer and Chief Information Security Officer. Today he leads the Richemont Group security function and is in charge of physical security, health and environmental safety, cyber resilience, crisis management, business continuity, and security risk management. The scope of his work is the whole value chain, from receiving raw materials to the finished products that are sold either online or in one of the boutiques. Last but not least, we have Marcel Zumbul, who works for Swiss Post as Chief Information Security Officer and member of the IT board since August 2018, and he is responsible for the information security of the Swiss Post Group. He holds a master's degree in computer science. After studying at the University of Bern, he worked both in Switzerland and abroad for various companies such as Accenture, Swisscom, and Credit Suisse. He lectures at ETH Zurich on risk management and risk communication and HSLU on CISO organizations. Since 2020, Marcel is co-president of the Information Security Society Switzerland. Welcome all. Thank you very much for being here. We look forward to your comments on digital trust and how you build trust in your organizations. So here I would like to start with maybe you, Brenda, talking about how what trust means in your business, and how have you been building towards building trust, and maybe some of the challenges you have already experienced.
Thank you, and thank you, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here this morning. So I'm the Director of Governance at Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, as we've just heard. And Gavi is a public-private partnership. It helps vaccinate almost half the world's children against deadly and debilitating infectious diseases. And we do this by creating markets for vaccines. So we use our financial resources to increase volumes, reduce prices, and encourage innovation so that we can find new vaccines. And then we make these available to the poorest countries so that children everywhere can be protected. We're a not-for-profit organisation, and we have international institution status in Switzerland and public charity status in the US. And so we work by bringing different and very diverse groups together and building trust across their different viewpoints so that we can harness what is often a creative tension. Everybody doesn't see eye to eye, but everyone is committed to bringing vaccines to children so that children don't die from preventable diseases. I work with the board, and that includes rich and poor governments, organisations such as the World Health Organization, the World Bank. We have health research institutes and vaccine manufacturers from both the global north and the global south. We have unaffiliated individuals with particular expertise, and we have civil society around the table. So a lot of different viewpoints there, and that means that trust is really important. We work through a combination of the UN parliamentary style procedures and also private sector principles of corporate governance. And we often have to deal with market sensitive information around deals that we must keep protected, or politically sensitive information around the situations that some countries are facing. And we follow a consensus approach to decision making. So for all of those reasons, we really have to have trust. Those people in that room are party to some very important information. And in general, the work that Gavi does relies on trust. We're working with clients who are poor people in poor countries, and they need to trust us because we're asking them to bring their children to be vaccinated. So they need to trust us that what is delivered on the ground is good for them and good for the people who are most precious to them, which is their children. We're also spending taxpayers' money because it's provided through aid budgets. So we have to maintain trust in our processes and our impact. So our operations are informed by evidence. We collect data and we conduct monitoring and evaluation so that we can demonstrate our impact. And we also conduct audits on the ground so that if there's any misuse, this is picked up and it's addressed as soon as possible. And in fact, the high levels of trust in the brand of Gavi was one of the reasons why global leaders last year, when they were looking for a place to host the global response to the COVID-19 pandemic, they chose Gavi to host the COVAX facility. So one of the ways that we maintain trust is that we're highly transparent. And all but the most confidential documents, say, for example, we wouldn't share information on, I don't know, the 360 evaluation of our CEO publicly, but otherwise all but the most confidential board documents are posted online immediately after our meetings so that everyone can see how our decisions are made. Trust has been extremely important during this current crisis. So firstly, we've had the extra challenge of working in lockdown. We don't meet face to face. And also because we've had to engage a whole load of new partners under the COVAX facility. We've had to build new relationships and move to trust-based decision-making in just a few weeks with partners who've never had any relationship with us before. So really, you know, our traditional model, our best practice is to bring people together, to have clear goals, to measure and report on our progress towards these goals, acknowledge our diverse viewpoints, and find ways to build on our different skills. We work with our alliance members in country so that our target population, so the poorest children who may never have had any vaccines, get the protection they need. We rely on this connection with the ground level to ensure that we're aware of the latest needs, that we're responding to those, that we're innovating and changing to meet those changing needs. So it's a partnership model. And of course, a partnership model really relies on trust that's built in person. So just to close there, best practice for us pre-pandemic is and was very much bringing people together at the same time in the same room in order to build trust. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. How about you, Marcel? At Swiss Post, you are also face-to-face with the public, not just any customer or consumer, but with everyone. What do you think about the role of trust in your organization?
When we look at trust is an image that we have in the back of our minds. It comes with experience of a brand, with interaction with a company. It builds over time, especially in the physical world. When we look at Daniel Kahneman in his book, Thinking Fast and Slow, he talks about what you see is all there is. That's how we build trust. That's how we build instinct. What we see is all there is. In a physical world where we operate, that's easy. Where every place, every day in Switzerland, delivering letters, delivering parcels since 1849. So 172 years in this business. That's when we ask people, do you trust Post? They have this image of our women postmen delivering their love letters, they're delivering very secret information for 172 years. And obviously this question gets reduced to who do I know with Swiss Post? How do they operate? Do I trust this guy? Yes, I do. Hence, I trust Post. But we're a multi-industry. We don't only do logistics. We do banking. We're the fourth critical bank in Switzerland, with Post Finance. We do transports. We're number 2. And have you ever wondered if our drivers are up to the task when you board a postal car? Usually, people don't. And the newest addition to our industry is communication services. Things like digital health, things like electronic voting for Switzerland that we're proposing, or identities. That's a whole new space that we're going into. How do we translate the trust in a brand such as Swiss Post, whose brand's been built in the physical world, to the digital world? Is by giving the digital world a face, by making this virtual, non-visible world of the digital space actually visible. We are the third, we're a quite humble organization. We hardly ever talk about us. So that is something we have to overcome. We're 65,000 people in Switzerland, delivering public service. We're owned by the state, but we're not working on taxpayers' money. We do our own money from the market, every franc. And we're also an IT company. We have 1,700 people in the IT department. It's one of the largest IT departments in Switzerland working for our organization. And in this, we have 120 specialists for security. And we thought if we want to open these digital applications or this digital world, we have to share it with the public. And our going forward is the approach of participative security. We work with communities both inside, but also outside. We've opened our online services to hackers. We don't want to wait until one of the attacks hits us. We want to know if there's any critical vulnerability in a system. We want to be the first ones to know. That's how we have pioneered in public bug bounty as one of the first companies in Switzerland, meaning that we propose our online systems to ethical hackers around the globe. They can file us if they find any vulnerabilities. We look at it. We pay for vulnerabilities depending on the grade, and together with these ethical hackers, we fix them. That's how we do with normal online services. That's also how we do with crucial services such as the electronic voting system for Switzerland. We want to make sure that the people can understand what is behind the screen, what is in the black box. We open this, we open the box for people to participate, because at the end of the day, it's our data and it's our shared responsibility, and that's the way we go. Because remember, what you see is all there is.
Thank you very much. And how about you, Marie? You also take care of people's finances, which would be considered to be a very sensitive data. So I can imagine trust playing a key role.
Clearly, actually. So I'm from PICTE, and PICTE represents a sub-segment of the financial industry. PICTE is an asset manager and also a wealth manager, meaning that our clients are high net worth individuals on the wealth management side, and they trust us with their money, actually. So what they want at the end with us is really that we can ensure the money will be still there for the next generation. Their company will continue in the future. So it's really a part of the finance where you need to be a financial partner in a family life, in a company life, and you have to really think long-term view. On the asset management side, this is also the same story, because our clients are pension funds and also sovereign funds, meaning that behind those funds, it's retirement money. It's also money for the future development of a country. So again, long-term view, and again, really to find a partner that you can trust for developing that money, and be sure the money will be there when you need it. So actually, as you know, the financial services on the trust part was very, very challenged, especially after the global financial crisis on 2008. So how do you manage that? Meaning how you can trust a financial partner with your finance after what we saw during the crisis. And here I have to say, in my industry, we are really helped by the regulation, because then the government and all the regulators took the topic really seriously. But also thanks to the DNA of our bank, actually, because PICTE is a very, very old bank. It was created in the 19th century, and today is 216 years old. And it's also very special on the trust part, because it's a company created by Swiss family in the 90s. And today, it's still a partnership, meaning that we don't have external shareholders at the board. And we still have heirs from the funding families at the board. So the long-term view and the trust within the people is still there in the mindset of the company. And I think today, especially in the finance industry, it's something really key, because finance is becoming more and more sophisticated. The investment side is really driven by data and by digital. As you see, the new assets, you can trade the speed of the industry, the speed of the market. So the digital part is really there. And on the other hand, to be able to trust your financial partner, you need to have human people who really believe on what they do, actually. So I think this is how you can build trust in the financial industry today, is to have really a long-term view investment, strong belief in investment, and strong partnership with your clients. So this is one side, but on the other side, you also have to provide to your clients trustful technologies, because you have to be really modern. And the new side of investment is really quantitative side. So the data science is really changing the game. And here, from a trust perspective, and from what my team do on a day-to-day basis, here we really have two parts on our trust strategy. The first one is really what we call the defensive part of the trust strategy, meaning that, as we were mentioning in the previous panel, we have cyber attacks every day. And especially when you are a bank, your worst fear is the data leakage. And all the Panama, Pandora paper, every day your clients come to you saying, okay, what's happening? What's about my client, my private data? So you have to really protect that part. and also protect from all the operational aspects and the disaster recovery. Because on the market, if your system is broke because of a malware or something, then you can lose a lot of money because you're not on the market at the right time. So you really need to protect that and make sure that your client data are safe, but also that your operational system are safe. And on the other hand, there is what we call the offensive part of the trust strategy, meaning that we need to have trust in our data because we need to find the best algorithm for clients to do the best investment. And we need to be sure that we use the right data to that. And in the data world, there are a lot of alternative data, a lot of market data and competitors that provide different views of the data. So how can you make sure your investment team use the right information at the right time with the right quality and at the right speed, meaning that if they need real time, you need to provide real time. If they need historic data, you need to be sure that they come from the right sources. And here, this is another challenge, how you do that. And one answer is mostly through the governance and all the metadata you can put to describe the data you are using. And also be sure that regulation is embedded with that. So a lot of challenge in our side as well.
Thank you, Marie. And how about you, Klaus? I guess in being in the luxury industry also, trust probably is one of the key assets of the business.
Thank you for the good question. Yes, for sure. I think it's important. I was thinking about how to start this introduction because Richemont, when I was contacted 5 years ago, I didn't know what Richemont was. I had absolutely no idea. I'm from Denmark, so I'm not from Switzerland. So in Switzerland, I am sure that everyone knows Richemont, more or less. Then I started looking into this and I experienced that back in 1746 or something like this, someone started making watches up in the mountains here. And if you look in our portfolio today, we have actually 26 different maisons or brands. And the oldest one started back in 1746 or something like this. And the last one was created just 2 years ago. And if you're looking into a normal, let's say, retail luxury industry, it's most brick and mortar, right? You go into a boutique here in Geneva, or you have a good experience, hopefully, and then you have trust in when you go in from a security perspective that you can go in there, you can be in privacy, you can do what you need to do, you can trade, and you can say, okay, nice products, or you. So that's the brick and mortar side, and that's how it all started. And I think when talking about trust from this aspect, very social, physically, interaction with the clients, talking about the products and so on, built a lot of trust and relationship. When we then move a little bit further in the history, today we also have different online platforms, online distributors. We have joint ventures with Alibaba in China. We do have Yoox Net-a-Porter, which is an online platform like Amazon, just for luxury goods. Watches and Wonder, pre-used, pre-loved watches, which are reselling. So if you look at the history of Richemont now, we try to say on the digital side, we need to move from brick and mortar only, where we have building all the trust and relationship with our clients, now into the digital space, so to speak. And the important part here is the learning is also the word new retail, because it means it's a mixture of everything. So where we really want to make sure that our clients, they can see that we protect personal data, because what you are saying, Marie, about the family life and about the client themselves, some of our clients say we know quite a lot about them because there's a trust between the sales associate and the client coming into a boutique, which is super important because they spend quite a lot of money. How do we transfer that into digital? If we go into, let's say, go back to January last year, where we all talk about the COVID and the crisis and what happened. Just bear in mind that back then, 98% of all our point of sales, all our boutiques, we have about 1,200 plus wholesalers, was closed. And how do you deal with that if you have not prepared yourself in the digital area? And we were lucky that our, let's say, our board decided already back in 2015 to invest in the platforms and the digital side. So we were a little bit prepared to say, okay, how do we transfer the physical part into the digital part? But I have to say that the acceleration since the last 2 years has been amazing. And I'm still amazed when I am very humble about this, because when you see that a client go online and spend maybe $1 million online, buying one item, have never been in a boutique. Would I do that? I would do it in our company because I'm full of trust, but still I'm amazed and very humble about the people actually have this trust to us. I truly believe that the interaction and the split between doing this in the physical part and have those close and social relationship combined with the digital part and make it available for the clients also online, where we have the full support of maybe Post, maybe some of the competitors to actually make sure that the parcel is where it should be at the right time. So it is a transformation at the moment, and it's super interesting to go in also to work with artificial intelligence and with machine learning. We have done that for the last 2-3 years, not only in the security space or in the cyberspace, where we have developed our own machine learning platforms to try to understand the security cyber aspects of this, but also now into the, let's say, delivery part and the product part to make sure that we have the right product prediction, we have the right product at the right place in the right boutique, so it's available for our clients. So it's a mixture, and I truly believe that this mixture of both is super important, because if you want to go in the luxury industry, you would like to have a really good experience. And the experience also online has to be very nice, otherwise you are not coming back. So it's a combination of the customer service. It's a combination of make things available online, making sure that there's a good experience, there's a need for speed, and also combine the things with the digital environment. So our flagship stores in the future, truly believe tomorrow will be a combination of the two, where you go in to have the physical experience combined with the digital experience. We are already introducing this as we speak. So when we look into the company as such, we have, as mentioned by you, we have raw materials coming in. We have using recycled gold from our gold manufacturing sites in Switzerland, and we sell products on Fifth Avenue in New York. And we have everything in between. So it means that it's on a digital side, having the client in the center of all this. We are not talking about route to market anymore. We are talking about route to client. And all this is about to make sure that the client have the trust when they go online or go into a boutique, they are secure. And what they get is the right thing. It's not a fake, it's not counterfeited, and it's there on time. So it's a super interesting journey, which we're on. And I am very humble and pleased first to be here at the panel, but also to be in the company and be part of that journey.
Thank you, Klaus. And thank you all of you. You all talked about your own organizations and also started already discussing how that's kind of translating into digital, right? And most organizations are going through digital transformation at different stages. And we talk about the potential value with this technology. But of course, we also know that the very same technology can work against us, right? We can also see that's being used by threat actors. Marcel, you talked about how you are trying to be proactive and opening your systems, your technologies to observe vulnerabilities early on, right? So my question is twofold. What do you think about this kind of tension that these very same technologies that you are using to create trust and value for customers can also be used by threat actors and create cybersecurity challenges? And the second part to the question is, have you observed any change in your customers or partners' expectations, their behavior when it comes to trusting the business or their demands from you? How do you see this dual role of technology? What do you think, Brenda?
Thank you. Good question, and something we're all struggling with. I mean, obviously, for my role, because I'm the secretary to the board, the director of governance, we had to switch to going from in-person meetings to bringing people together virtually. Thankfully, and I have my predecessor to thank for this, all our statutes, all our charters allowed for this, so that we had processes to do things digitally and to have meetings by telephone or online. So from that point of view, it was quite smooth. But it's just been much more difficult to build trust in the digital world. So in the past, we'd have had somebody who was a member of our board, and in a way we were a family, and we relied on them to persuade the rest of their organisation that they needed to move out of their comfort zone. Now we can have any number of people on calls, and there's just not the same level of connection. So added to that, it can be 3 a.m. for somebody on the call, and they may be in their front room or their bedroom, you just don't know. So we've had to do a lot of work behind the scenes, person to person, and I find it ironic that the phone somehow works really well. People are used to the phone, and there isn't that cognitive dissonance of looking at somebody on a television set while you talk to them. So we found that we can do business, we can sign agreements, things can work, we can track, the ability to track the consignments, the vaccines going to countries to make sure they're not being misused. But simple things like I can't register our vice chair. She's based in Australia. Normally she would have been here for a meeting. It's taken forever to find notaries that will verify somebody's identity and somebody's signature by Zoom. We're still in the process. It may get thrown back at us. It's just interesting how there's these points in the chain that don't allow you to work digitally. Turning to COVAX and the COVID passports and recognising vaccines and clearing them very quickly, that's all worked very impressively. But we found that even though we're all connected digitally, and the World Health Organization is a universal membership organization, so when they approve a vaccine, everyone's approved it, countries then impose these false national limits in the digital world so that certain vaccines aren't recognized in certain countries. That creates challenges for particularly people from poor countries being able to travel. It's seen as vaccine discrimination. And for us, operating in this digital world where in a physical world, it might be easier for people to recognize the different elements of what's happening, there's a risk that our reputation and trust in us is damaged because things are happening that are beyond our control, whether rich countries are holding vaccines or whether certain vaccines are not recognized by certain countries. They're beyond our control, but if we're seen in this lump of everything to do with vaccines and COVID-19, it can affect us and then might also affect our core business, which has always been very focused and very highly trusted. We've certainly had to really ramp up our defences against cyber attacks. That's been one of the main risks that has been brought to our Audit and Finance Committee, and we're seeing a lot more interest in us from people who are anti-vaxxers, who may not have been interested in the past because they weren't focusing on childhood vaccines going to poor countries. So it's quite demoralising that the digital tools can help us continue to do business, but we still have to maintain trust that we're basing things on evidence. We are collecting data. We provide figures to say, who's been vaccinated, what side effects we might be seeing, whether booster shots are recommended or not. That has to be really thoroughly grounded on evidence, but the misinformation gets there first. It's demoralising to see how the tools are used to bring some of this information to groups who might not have paid any attention to it in the past. So, and anyway, there are people who they're just annoyed with COVID, they're annoyed with the lockdown, they don't want to wear a mask, and somehow we might get lumped into that big online world of people who are working with the COVID vaccine. Just to say we can't abandon our principles. We have to make sure that we are basing things on trust, that we're following legitimate decision making, that And one of our mantras is that what we do with COVAX, that there's clear blue water between that and the core mission, which is poor children in poor countries, and it's existing vaccines. It's bringing good health to them. But communication has been really important to make sure we're on the front foot with giving out news about what's happening, that we make sure that decision makers have the full picture, and we're honest about where there are failures and what might be possible to try and tackle those, so that and recognise it's a partnership, because there's you have to be careful that you don't end up being the fall guy for something that might be happening elsewhere. Let's stick together and keep this moving. I mean, it's ironic that I think we actually spend less time in meetings now than we did before, because a physical meeting would be, you may meet very infrequently, but you would spend 8 hours in one room, whereas there's a limit to how long you can keep people on a Zoom call. But that personal touch has become very, very important to follow up. As I say, the phone stayed the same. It still works in COVID times. And have to find other ways to maintain trust, and then really spend a lot on protecting ourselves from hackers and from the misinformation campaigns.
Thank you. I think the examples you shared greatly illustrate the benefits of switching to digital mode, as well as the challenges that come with it, and also the time that we've been going through. And we also all heard the World Health Organization being the subject to phishing scams, right? As if it's coming from World Health Organization, suddenly talking about, you have this organization suddenly talking about also cybersecurity, which clearly indicated the increased attention, like you were saying.
Yeah, I forgot to say that we found a fake website in Australia pretending to be COVAX and offering vaccines to the general public. Something that would have never happened before, because we were only really operating in poor countries.
Thank you, Brenda. Was there a fake website of Swiss Post?
We have 150 fake websites every month.
Wow.
So, and these are attacks against our customers, and you see the attacks. So when you get an SMS or an email saying your parcel's been hauled at customs and you have to pay X, Y, and by the way, give us our credit card, your credit card. But if there's any email or any SMS that says Post needs your credit card, don't reply to it. Send it to us. It's not Post, it's somebody else. But that happens on a daily basis. Security incidents are not the end of the world. And risk communication is extremely important. In fact, when security incident happens, that's when you can build trust. If you're open, if you're transparent to your customers and let your customers be the first ones to learn about an incident, that's how you build trust. Because trust is not built just in every day. Trust is built when things happen. And that's, provocatively, it's a chance. A security incident can be a chance. And we need to understand that security incidents are not the end of the reputation. But actually a chance to build reputation on how do we cope with it, how do we reach out to customers, to the public, to our employees, and how we get back to business when a security incident happens.
Thank you. But most organizations don't think as such, right? The fact that security incidents are so common, so I completely agree with you. How you manage decides your reputation, not the fact that you have been attacked, right? But most organizations don't communicate.
Let's take another industry and another example. Take the airline industry, where we used to every incident on an airplane being reported, right? If all the airlines that had an engine that burned or shut down during an overseas flight were driven out of business by this incident, there would be no planes flying. So we learned to understand that incidents happen. Look at all the industries. Look at all the companies in Switzerland that's been attacked, been ransomed. Right? There's big names. They're still there. It's how they cope with the incident. Remember, there's no space under the rock. Despite it's better you communicate than somebody else does. it's the professionality on how you do. Right?
All right, thank you. Marie, how about you? You were also talking about the increased number of cyber attacks.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe to go back to your question, I think we have a lot of cyber attack, but regarding the finance industry, we are not surprised about that because, my personal conviction is that wherever you have money, actually you have attacks, and it's just a new way of doing it. But when we invented the paper money, some people took the same machine to create fakes. So I think today this is the same challenge for the industry, is how you hire the best talents actually, and how do you make sure that you have the best technology, the best talents, and to be sure that you can compete with the malware and how you can build trust. Because I think one challenge we face in our industry, that because of the lack of trust, some people can see the data leakage and the cyber attack as a good thing. It's not like in the medicine part or with the vaccine, or it's like, okay, we attack a bank, so it's like we are Robin Hood, and it's difficult actually to make people understand that actually everyone is losing from that. So I think here for us, it's the challenge how to attract the best people, the best technology, for sure. And on the customer side, actually, what we see today, it's a real change. That actually today a customer really want to be more involved and have more information on what's happening, and especially in the investment side. Because they used to say, okay, this is the mandate for you to manage or assets and everything, and then you have regular meeting with them and explaining the investment strategy. Today, they really want to do exactly what you put in their portfolios. And at the asset level, they want to understand what company you invest in, and they want to know if that company as a cyber policy, they want to know if that company invests in green, at the green strategy on ESG, for instance, the environmental, social, and government parts. They want to know if you sit at the board of the company you invest in. So they expect from their financial partner to be really more invested in what they do, that you track that. And from a data perspective, it's a rich challenge, meaning that you need to be more granular in the information you give, and you need to follow things in a different way. So I think they are really, the clients are really more involved, and especially also on the institutional clients. Today, when they want to contract with you, they really ask you, what are your policy for the cybersecurity? What did you put in place? What are the processes in place? So they really do their due diligence, and they really need to be sure that you have everything in place.
Thank you. So increasing expectations from your customers' perspective on cybersecurity measures that you are taking, right?
Yeah, and involvement for sure, and control.
And do you see the same level of engagement?
Yes and no. It depends where we are. And I think important part here, back to your question, I think there's a few things which I think is super important when we're talking about trust here, and how we do it when we want to work with new technologies, we want to introduce new things, or maybe we are giving our data to a third party which are working for us and so on. So for sure, the security embedded by design from the very beginning is really important, that people understand that, okay, let's make sure that what we do from a blueprint design, whatever we do, we embed security by design from the very beginning. It's cheaper, it's faster, and it gives trust. And when we go into the third-party risk, we see a lot of the supply chain attacks coming. We also have a lot of attacks like everyone else around in the panel here. The third-party risk is super critical. for a couple of reasons. Firstly, if they are hosting our critical data, we need to make sure that they live up to all the standards and cybersecurity standards and so on, and we have a process for this. So we actually go out and do a different level of testing and so on to make sure before they are allowed to host our data, they actually live up to certain standards that we set for them. It's also part of our procurement process and so on. Again, to build trust and make sure that if they are hosting our data, they do it in a secure way. If we look into the other part of trust, we go outside. Let me take one more point here, because we can build all this up talking about the technology and security by design and so on, but we haven't touched on a very important point here, namely the other part of the firewall, the human firewall. I have to say that the human firewall is super important, that everyone in the company understand that they actually play a role. So you are only 2 clicks away from put the company on risk. And we can put all the processes and all the technologies we do have in our toolboxes in place, and it's working, and we have all the legislation, we have compliance, whatever. But if we have people who don't understand that they are part of the human firewall to protect our business and thereby also create trust for our clients, then we'll have a challenge. When we go into the more online market and the platforms, we see, let's start, for instance, in China, that there was Theodora in the previous panel talked about the privacy laws coming, and it's clear that all the privacy laws coming also, let's say, give challenges to a company like ours, because we have a lot of, let's say, business in China. And as I mentioned in the beginning, we do have a joint venture with Alibaba in China. So how do we build the trust and the relationship between the new generation set coming, which would like to go online and have access to data, access to product, availability now on their mobile devices? So here it's about test and learn. So basically what we do here, we take people in, we talk to them, we interview them. What is your expectations? What is your look and feel and so on? And we try then to build security in by design and work with the third party, so to do the third party risk management on top of this. So it's a combination on where we are, which generations we work with, and actually also the maturity level of the market and the company where we operate. So there's not one size fits all. I think it's super, super important that we are flexible in our approach and try to be, as now there's a buzzword, as agile as possible. To make sure that we, with the right speed, we can deliver the needs for our clients and for the business. Because we are also obviously working with all the banks for payment systems and so on. And here we also need to be compliant with PCI, whatever it is. And we have, let's say, a very high standard on the cybersecurity area, but also on the compliance side. Is everything perfect? No, it's not, but we try to do our best, also have the best talents, and invest quite a lot of money in this. And I have the pleasure to report to the board every 3 months, where cyber is one of the big topics. I have 2.5 hours with the board, and there are specialists on the board specifically in the cyber area to address those questions and ask questions about what is your strategy, what is your challenges, where is it you want to go, and so on. So they are not only interested, they are really interested, and it's super important for our board and our owner. So that shows the commitment also to invest in this and make sure that we have the right people, process, and technology on board. So we are on the journey. We are not finished yet. I don't think we ever will finish this journey, but that's the beauty of working with this. So that be my closing part of that one.
Yeah, maybe just to complete what Claude just said, I think what you say is a really important change. Actually, that I think with the technology and the digital, what changed from a people trust perspective in our company is that now we think that the threat could be inside the company. We used to think that the threat was outside the company, but now even in the way we think about designing our IT systems and firewalls and our Chinese wall, it's like we think that maybe there is someone who could do something wrong within our employees. And I think this is what digital changed actually. Before, when we think about trust and how we were protecting our banking system and everything, we were, okay, the threat is outside. But now the human side, we think that everyone could be corrupted by the technology. I mean, consciously, but maybe also because sometimes just because the the hackers are super good just to imitate someone and to take identity for someone else. So it's like the trust among the employee as well, and the way you think about your own people has changed.
I think people are a chance as a security factor as well. It's important that we see our employees as contributors to security, not as a risk factor, because otherwise we end up in the paradox of automation, right? We hand everything over to machines and say the machines protect us, but if the machine can't protect, it's the human's fault that they haven't observed that the machine actually didn't do what it should do. So we take away the control of humans over the machine. We say we hand it over to the machine, but if it goes wrong, we blame the humans. So we have to think about educating and enabling humans first, and make sure that our employees are a security factor in the equation.
Actually, just adding to that chain, we had one moment where it just became so difficult to follow all the security as patches were being put on the system. The system is now much smoother, but where there was an emergency need to gear things up, and actually we found that people inside were being quite clever about finding ways around the security. But I mean, in a way, that illustrates where the rest of the problems are. But it showed that you have to work with the staff because they're your first line of defence. And if you make it so difficult for them to do their jobs and observe security, then they're going to ignore the security first.
Thank you, and I'm also want to turn to our audience for questions. But before that, can I ask for your input on what the role of governments and regulations should be? Because several of you also talked about data protection regulations. Now we have AI regulations, also in China, new AI regulations. We talk about technology, and most of the technology, digital revolution we talk about is global. But the norms that impact trust building and regulations are local, right? So there's an impact of the regulatory, let's say, constraints on how people look at technology. So what should be the role of regulations in your opinion?
Very good question. Thank you for that. Let me start. I think the role should be like we have the GDPR, we have the China cybersecurity law, privacy laws in Korea and so on, and now the new personal information protection law in China. I think I will truly believe that the law should be the framework, and the law should set the kind of boundaries and set out the framework to say, okay, guys, this is what you can do and cannot do. Will it always be an advantage for a business like different businesses? No, it will make it more complicated for us. However, it will give us the opportunity to say, okay, at least we need to be compliant with this. And it gives us the opportunity, for instance, for the third-party risk I said before, said you need to live up to those standards, where you host the data, what you do with your data, and so on. Again, it will create trust back into our business, but also create trust to our clients. Regulation is good. Over regulation, maybe not so good. I think the balance here is difficult to find. What I will foresee will happen in tomorrow is that there will be more and more privacy laws coming, and there will be more and more demand for people, for our clients, that the privacy is super important. And the governmental issue and part of this will bring, let's say, the need for us to rethink the way we have built our infrastructure and the way we are dealing with data. I'm pretty sure about that. It will not be stopping us, but it will be. We need to rethink the way we are doing things today, and we are already in a process. However, we are not there yet.
So, as a regulation, setting up the minimal standards, but if I can take up what you said, it should be coherent, and there shouldn't be over-regulation. Not that we end up just doing reports, but actually doing security still.
I mean, just coming in there, because obviously government regulation is key in health, I mean, classic market failure where the patient doesn't have the knowledge. So setting standards, absolutely key in vaccines as well. And, you know, it's important that the government regulation keeps up to date with the way we're working. And I gave examples already, you know, with the sort of much older profession notaries and trying to work in in a digital world. But the importance of recognizing that we're all connected and recognizing that. I remember from when I worked at the OECD and the analysis that was done there were always questions about what's the best way to provide health through the private sector or through the public sector. And the findings were all that the vehicle through which it was delivered mattered far less than the standard of government regulation, and that the government must set the quality standards, set the outcomes with their citizens' rights and needs in mind. And if that's in place, then there is, the private sector will find a way to deliver in the most, efficient way so they can make a profit, or whichever way you choose. But that regulation, which reflects what people need, has to be in place. And I think that may be something that's missing at the moment because the regulations have not caught up with the challenges we're facing.
In the financial industry as well, I think the regulation had a huge role to play, especially from a data storage perspective, because what we see at the moment is that as we're mentioning, the China and the United States now are far away from the rest of Europe in terms of technology, especially when we talk about the cloud and all the storage data. And today, a lot of regulators are thinking about we should keep the data center and our data in Europe and in our country. And I think this is something really important. But it's also a really difficult question to address as a regulator because it's really technological and how the law can compete with all the complexity of the systems behind. But I think this is where today we rely a lot on especially on the software side, on those Chinese and American providers. So I think here the regulator has to really think about the roots of the freedom in Europe and the privacy of our data and everything. And I think this is something really important in our culture and in the way we think about doing the business. Because today the gap between the technology knowledge and is so huge, and I think we cannot compete with that. So it's important that we protect from a storage perspective some elements we have.
Thank you. Maybe it's a good time to turn to our audience and see if there are any questions that you would like to raise.
Hello, I'm Marianne. I'm a student at the Graduate Institute. I'm doing my master's. And my question is to Richmond. I saw that you are doing an Aura consortium with Prada, LVMH. And do you think that is giving trust to your customers, like with this technology of transparency and traceability with blockchain?
Thank you for that question. I was just waiting for that. No, it's a really good question. And I have to say that blockchain technology, as mentioned by Martin this morning, is not new. However, in the luxury industry, we went into this partnership that you just mentioned in your question with the purpose of actually try to do a few things. It was firstly to create trust, but also you also need to think about the brand equity. So meaning that if you are into a certain brand, you really want to be unique as a brand, and the uniqueness and the history of the product you're going and buying with using blockchain technology gives you actually access into the history if you buy a vintage watch or if you buy a new item and you bring in blockchain technology as we have done together with this Aura project, and we started with one of our watch brands. Meaning that if you are the owner of the watch, you get access directly to the history of the watch. You can transfer it to your kids, the ownership, and so on. So the feedback we have received from this, let's say, first part of the blockchain part for our products has been super positive. It is also coming back when we talk to when we do the survey about it. They're saying, it's nice to know the history about the product, and we trust in the identity of the product. So to your question, yes, I believe that this in the future, but not now, it's a small scale, but in the future, it will be part of creating trust into our products and the history of the product.
I have an online question. It came fairly early, so I think it was in response to your opening remarks, OQ, but maybe it resonates for the others as well. So the question is from Mike Nelson. Isn't part of the issue expectations? We trust the paper industry to give us a cheap, easy way to write letters, diaries, or magazines. We don't expect it to prevent ransom notes. Is it logical to expect social media companies to protect our privacy, monitor every message, test every product sold on their platforms, prevent bullying messages, and save the rainforest, and offer a free service that is never offline? He's with the Carnegie Endowment, not an internet company. But if you can maybe take a shot, and if that resonates with others, that what are reasonable expectations for online services or for your services, that and what aren't?
So I would think that that's about setting this stage and setting limits, right? Expectations. So this actually comes down to one of the questions that I also had in mind. How do we involve consumer in this equation more, right? I guess that would come to what can we expect, what should and should not we expect from these digital services. And there, I guess the transparency plays a role, right? What do we, in this saying this, I think about all the data exchanges that seem to be creating some of the problem, and that goes without us seeing and observing. You talked about third parties, right? Sometimes we do give our consent, which makes the data exchange compliant and legal, but we don't always see where that data later on goes on to. And I think that does feed into this big question mark from the consumers, and to say, what else is going on that I'm not aware of, and what's in it for me in this data exchange, and what's in it for this social media or other organization that I'm sharing this data with, right? So that lack of transparency is probably the biggest part of question when it comes to understanding those expectations. Any comments from you?
No, I fully agree. The transparency is key, right? And I was just thinking about WeChat. And you know, when they updated the new privacy laws in WeChat just recently, in the past, you believe that, okay, in WeChat, maybe the Chinese government have access to the data. Now you actually say yes, that the Chinese government will get the data. So it's a super difficult question, but I think we all, as an individual, back to the reality of our privacy laws, when we go online, are they readable? If you ask me about ours, really, I don't know, to be totally transparent, but I need to go back and look into this. I think we all expect that the data from the social media and so on are all over the place, but we play a key role ourselves. Like I said before, back to the human firewall, and what we do as human beings, as individuals in the company, are super important, because if we don't get that one right, either as an individual or as a company, then we will keep having the challenge and mistrust, potentially.
You first.
Yeah, for me, the debate, I think, is more on how those social media companies could moderate the debate we have online. Because I think today we all agree that they have the data, they use it, and they're super good at it. And I think now there is nothing that could prevent them to continue on that side. But I think what is my biggest concern is that today we see how the algorithm they use actually go and make the people who speak the most on the social media a higher voice in the society, meaning that I watch, I don't remember, but it's like you watch the video on YouTube, then they suggest you a second one, a third one, and the fourth one is really violent content or haters or. And I think the social media here could be regulated more. And now today they try to. There's this huge debate: do they have to monitor what's online or not? But I think this is where they can still have an impact, not on the data capture and what they do with the data, but more on how they can make their algorithm evolve, actually.
And the other aspect that that was mentioned was data sovereignty. Can we enable our clients to have sovereignty over their data? Can they look into our algorithms? Can they look into our programs? As mentioned, we provide electronic voting or propose electronic voting, and we've put the whole code, 150,000 lines of code, into the internet for everyone to look at. That's the program. That's how it works. You can install it. You can run it on your PC. You can tell us if there is an error. It's yours because at the end of the day, that's our democracy. And we need to, we need to own it ourselves as well.
I mean, just some personal observations here, because I think this is an area, a bit like we were talking about, whether government regulation has caught up or even just social norms have caught up with the pace of change. And if you think back to the original model of the internet before the financial crash, and it was all about creating things together and connecting and sharing, and people who gave information then would never have known in the future it might be used in this way. So that element of informed consent could be up for debate. It's also an area where everyone operates with an assumption that there's regulations and rules and you're protected as a consumer, but the expertise in this area is outside government. So it's hard to say, what should the consumer expect? And I think people now have understood that if you're not paying for it, you're the product. But a lot of these exchanges happened some time ago when this would never have been imagined. So it's I wouldn't say the consumer is entirely at fault here.
This also reminds or brings in mind the concept of rather newly developing concept of corporate digital responsibility, right? We talk about social responsibility. Now we also started talking about corporate digital responsibility. We expect digital voting systems to be free of being messed around, right? Or we expect our food companies to ethically source their raw materials, for instance. If we're talking about digital or social media, if they are an information marketplace, should we or should we not also expect them to be careful about how they bring in certain information to further front line than the others, like you were saying, regarding the algorithms and how the algorithms work? So that's, I think, the ultimate question. Are there any other questions from the audience?
Yes, my name is Emric, and I'm a student here at the Institute. I'm previously a student engineer at the EPFL in Lausanne. And you mentioned, Marie, the gap between regulation on safety on internet and reality. But is it an issue of speed? I mean, hackers will always be faster than lawmakers. How to bridge the gap? What can be the solution?
Yeah, you're right. The regulator is always behind, actually. But I think the regulator is also changing its mindset. There are a lot of working groups with companies, actually, and they try to be more practical because, I think the way we do the regulation today is really different from what we used to do, because the technology is, as we're mentioning, is too fast. So the regulator needs to understand what's happened actually actually, what we see today in the financial services is that the regulator have more budget and they hire also more talents. So now they also have their data science
team. So you
team.
mean you are hiring hackers, former hackers?
Yeah, actually, we see that from governance agency. They also have their own hiring process. But I think also from a regulation perspective, I think on the data side, for instance, what they do today, so it's not cyber side, but it's on the regulation side. They hire their own data science team. and they cross-check all the reports the bank send, and they say, okay, you just disclose that your asset management are under that level, but we see that your competitors with the same quite the same book of clients, when we cross their data in the same geography, maybe are you sure this is the right number? And then they have those auditors coming, and so I think today they also try to hire talents, but for sure the real issue is the money actually. Can we afford to have the talents and also on the cyber part? And that's why we see also that a lot of leakage today and the loss of data and targets now are public sector, like hospital, like town, city, because today this is where you have less budget to protect yourself. So I think it's a huge issue, and yeah, how to get the talents there.
Should you work with ethical hackers? Yes, definitely. That's what we do, and it pays out.
Fully agree.
Another question from online, from Hussein Dogan. How do the panelists see the role of the public sector in establishing digital trust between their respective companies, institutions, and their customers?
I think there's a couple of things here. The public-private partnership is important. It's important to create also the trust between the governmental institution and have this public-private partnership, because at the end of the day, either you are protecting as a government the infrastructure of a country, or you are protecting the assets of a bank or a luxury industry. We have the same goal, right? So we are not in competition. How I see it as we are in a situation where we need to support and help each other, and we need to exchange valid information. And there are, let's say, bodies also here in Switzerland where you can get certified, so you can actually exchange those type of information. So I see the public-private partnership as key for everyone, not only the governments, but also for the industry, for the companies to be part of this, to exchange, because otherwise we will be behind all the time. We are behind still, but we will gain more speed and also more knowledge to be more proactive in our approach when we're talking about the cyber security area.
Within the financial services, actually, we see a huge change. After the global financial crisis, actually, the regulator saw the bank are the major threat, and they were really, in all the regulation, it was you need to apply that, you need to comply with that. But today, I think after a lot of improvements, they really work on how to have a strong partnership with the bank. And the latest regulation, especially on the ESG side, or they use the bank and the investment company as a leverage to make success in that area. And they say, okay, you're a big investment company, so you can make an impact on where you invest. So and the same for the cyber side. They see that now the financial institutions are also a big target, and that behind the people are the target. So I think here we have a lot of improvements, and as I was mentioning before, a lot of really active working group where regulator and professional work closely together.
And of course, the elephant in the room is we companies also expect governments and law enforcement to go after criminals, and cyber criminals are just criminals. And we expect if we file a lawsuit of an attack against us or any customers, that this really gets followed up, and in essence, the culprits get caught get caught and brought to justice. at the end of the day, it's just criminals against companies, right?
Yeah, not much further to add, but I think the experience in Gavi as a public-private partnership shows how the ideas and the experience that we get from the different groups that are engaged in our activities. It's certainly as something, like the cyber attacks, like the challenges on hacking have come up, that was identified and action was taken. It's very good that we have our private sector partners to advise on that, and fully agree that if we translate this into, if it's a crime, the government provides rule of law, and that's what enables their businesses to thrive, citizens to thrive, then it has to be followed up.
The only thing that I can add is that we do see more and more public-private partnerships in cybersecurity awareness creation as well, right? So you were talking about the lack of budget. There are a couple of, in Europe and also in combination US-Europe partnerships where these public-private partnerships do take the intention to create awareness or increase awareness in small and medium enterprises, and also in citizen base when it comes to cyber risks as well. So there is indeed some movement, albeit within the specific domain of cybersecurity, towards bringing more help or more awareness to public on that.
And it's important to work together, all these circles of trust amongst security professionals, for example, that we have in Switzerland, but also in other countries and internationally, do help a lot, because we can help each other out. We're faced with the same issues.
And to add to this, I think when we saw the last slide on Martin's presentation this morning, there was those guys around the table, the drawing, saying now we move into cybercrime. I think the reality of the fact is that if you look to the organized crime picture today, they are also hit financially by COVID, believe it or not. So that's the reason why we, for the last 6 to 9 months, have seen a high increase in different types of cyber attacks. If you dig a little bit into this, it comes from the organized crime organizations, which now has this very much in their toolbox. It also means that the public-private partnership and the sharing of information to actually fight this is important, and it's not something we can do on our own. So I think the risk picture as itself shows that this is super important, and we need to do it.
Thank you. Maybe we do have time for one more question.
Thank you. I think it's on. My name is Pascal. I'm with the Foundation Economy of Trust. Maybe first with a question to Brenda, but the rest of the panel is welcome to, of course, join in. What are maybe some positive impact of digital and data, especially when it comes to the furthering of the SDG goals? I'm just curious, you mentioned public partnership, you're in public health, the explosion of data, the advent of AI and others. Can we maybe reflect also on some of the positive elements?
Thank you, and I think it's important to underline that it's an overwhelmingly positive story, the speed with which knowledge can travel around the world. I mean, I actually took part in a panel at the beginning of the pandemic that the Geneva Centre for Security Policy put on, where we were looking at the impact of the pandemic. And we had a speaker on education and just the fact that kids could continue to be educated because of the online and Zoom and what have you, and that this was actually meaning that more developing countries could look at the potential for expanding, attendance at universities or whatever. I mean, there's multiple online courses and whatever, but that's just one example of the speed with which progress can be made, that we don't have to look at what's physically available to a country and indeed an individual if they're in a country that is not a supportive environment. So I think the learning connection, being able to see the full picture, the SDGs in a way are a product of the digital world and the sharing of data and seeing how systems interconnect. So overwhelmingly, it's a positive story. And if we get sneaky phishing emails occasionally, we shouldn't forget that I mean, even just actually the impact on what people expect, you know, that citizens in countries expect more from their governments and demand more because they can see and what's happening elsewhere. You know, it's been amazing, you know, sort of opening the lid on what people should expect. And yes, it's overwhelmingly positive. So thanks for making that point.
I will have is it on? Yes. I will have maybe a more rejoiceful thinking. I'm Cécile May from Megaverse. We are a young startup active in adaptive learning in cyber awareness. And I wanted to ask you about innovation, because we said that the law is you know, in back of whatever is the creativity of the hackers, and innovation could be a solution to come in front of all this new threat and cybercrime. And we've been supported, and we are supported by most of you in the panel, and I thank you for that. And I would like to ask you, what's your idea, or what's your concrete step towards innovation? How do you do that to solve the problem?
If I may start, innovation can give us a lever to change the playing field. If we are against hackers, for example, maybe we can innovation can help us change the playing field and move the topic to another level where we have an advantage. I mentioned the bug bounty program. That came out of an invention. That came out of a novel way of thinking of attacking the problem. So absolutely, yes. I've experienced innovation as a game changer, definitely.
Agree, actually, and innovation through an ecosystem and startups, actually, because yeah, we have our core business, and security is an enabler of what we do, but we are not specialists, and it's super important to have an ecosystem of specialists of that. So innovation is the key for sure.
No, I fully agree with you. Innovation is really important, and you can always raise the question. If you look into your portal in your company, and you go to a training, learning, and development platform, and you will see there is thousands, maybe not thousands, but there's a lot of training and learning and development things you can do, and you need to do. Some are mandatory, but where do you find the time, and where do you find the right one, which gives the 4 points that is important for the person, motivating, actually making sure that we do a difference, and so on, because you can only remember 4 points, right? So the innovation part and the training, learning, and development, how we can turn this into be a positive, that's really interesting. So thank you.
Okay, I do see that we are coming towards the end of our time. So maybe let me ask if our panelists have their final comments. Would you like to close with a brief statement? Anything else to add?
Okay. Maybe at the closing word, I think the COVID changed the situation a lot, actually. I like to participate in panels and share with other industries, actually. And 3 years ago, we were talking a lot about innovation, a lot about what we could do through AI, what we could do through the data. Data is a new oil. How can we leverage that? And after the COVID, trust is the trend, actually. And I receive a lot of invitation, and I see the other discussion. Everyone talk about trust. So I think this is interesting to see how the EPFL took the topic early on that, and Switzerland as well. So because it's coming today, and I think now it's important to have a little bit advance on the topic, not to discover it now.
Yeah, to add on this, a few takeaways here would be that, as I see it, the human factor of this, as I call it, the human firewall, the interaction not only from a digital perspective, but also from a physical perspective, the social engagement is important to keep up the trust level. But as I said, the human firewall inside the company we actually have trust in our own employees and the people working for us every single day, and we give them the opportunity to do innovation and actually grow and come up with new ideas which are outside the box. So we can actually change the game, as mentioned by Marcel. And then again, another key takeaway from my side is the transparency towards our clients. If we have challenges coming up, saying, okay, be transparent, tell the story as it is, and try to learn from it, and not hopefully do the same mistake again. But that would be the key takeaways. And the use of big data, that's the last one. The use of big data in a positive way to help and support us going in the right direction to protect our people and our assets and our companies, and predict.
I'm happy with this closing statement.
Well, I was just going to say, it's so nice to be in a physical room with physical people, talking to people I can look at. I think, in terms of certainly what we've learned over the last year and a half about the digital world, despite all of these challenges that we've highlighted, it's incredible what has been done. I mean, I think it's important that we learn, and it's almost like we had a major stress test of all our systems. There's so much to learn from what did work and what didn't work over the last year and a half. And I think it'd be important that we learn to maintain trust and in all of our different endeavours going forward. But I'll just tell you a story. This week I went out for drinks. We had a physical retreat with all the people who'd been working on the COVAX facility, and we hadn't met each other before. And it was incredible to just think what had been done. And this, talking about innovation, the technology around mRNA, being able to bring that to market so that it was affordable for the poorest countries in the world, and the ways in which we'd all had to work. So just incredible. And then, when we met each other, all anyone was saying was, "Oh, I didn't know you were that tall. Oh, you're much smaller than I thought." But it was sort of, just what we can do. But it was really good to actually operate in a physical world as well as a digital world. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda, and thank you all of you for being here, for sharing your expertise and your organization's specific take on trust and what it means to carry that over to digital trust.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Oiku, for managing this session and moderating it. Thanks to all the speakers. Thanks to everybody in the room and online for attending this morning. I think there was quite a lot of interaction, and that was much appreciated. The interaction will continue for those that are present here during the lunch break, I'm sure. And have a nice break, and see you all, both in presence and online, at 1:30, so in about 1 hour. Yes. Thank you. Bye.
Hein? Il n'y a pas une bonbonne de feu pour moi? Non, il n'y a pas de... C'est dans les toilettes. Ah si, oui. 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 Mais le truc, le podcast. Oui. Hein? Ça y est, j'ai zoomé les zoomer. Je rigole, bien évidemment. Pareil. Ah oui, il en manque un, oui. Pardon. Oui, il en manque un.
Merci.
Good afternoon, Michael Kendi. Thank you very much for your attendance this morning, and we're looking forward to getting the afternoon started with the panel Future Issues of Digital Trust. The morning was largely spent on current issues of trust and how they manifest themselves online and how other industries are dealing with them. Now we're going to start looking forward at future issues. Our moderator is Anne-Christine Fornage, Professor of Contract Law and Consumer Law at the University of Lausanne Law School. Anne-Christine, please.
I welcome you all warmly to this panel, and I will want to begin with a sentence of this morning said by Martin Vetterli. He told that in collaboration we trust. And it's very important collaboration between institutions. It's very important collaboration between people. And I want to say that we feel this atmosphere here at the Graduate Institute, and that this spirit will be the spirit of this panel. This panel has a prospective approach. The idea of the panel is to think about what will be the world in, let's say, 5, 10, 20 years, and how to face today to the issues of tomorrow. And first of all, the panel aims to identify the issues of digital trust that will arise in the future and understand their impact with the expertise of each panelist. And then we will explore how to address these challenges and highlighting the potential of current solutions, but also discussing their limitation to imagine new solutions. And the first speaker will invite to discuss the identification of the issues of digital trust is Pascal Marmier. Pascal, I turn to you as you have an extensive experience in tech, innovation, and public trust. You are Secretary General of the Economy of Trust Foundation. It is a foundation launched and supported by SIGPA to lead programs and build a community among innovators and thought leaders supporting resilient and sustainable economies. A concrete project is an innovation campus called Square One. This campus is being built to serve as a collaborative place to accelerate the development of the economy of trust. Before that, you spent close to 20 years as a diplomat focused on tech and innovation. You were the CEO and Vice Consul General of Switzerland in Shanghai at Swiss Next China. And you hold an LLM in business law from Boston University. And I must tell, last but not least, I must say that you are an alumni of the University of Lausanne, where you studied law, as I am a law professor from this university. I must underline that. Today, I would like to begin to ask you two questions. The first one is, which issues of digital trust should we expect to face in the future? And how do you think future digital tech will impact the material world?
Thank you so much. Delighted to be here. Congrats to the organizers, and special thanks to Michael, who's gathered this amazing lineup of speakers today. Thanks for the kind introduction. And thank you again also to those who contributed today. So as we are kind of looking forward on future issues, I hope I can provide a few observations and thoughts to kind of warm up the panel and obviously stimulate the discussion with the people that are coming here. I think we are at a time of a shift in digital, where especially on the topics that I'm looking at, public governance, trust, right? Governments have an important role to play. So to make the link with the regulation, we heard a couple of things that I think are holding very true. We'll certainly continue is, I think there's almost a user frustration. It's not so much user expectation. I think it's user frustration because we see how things go online, but there's a vast part of our lives that has not yet to the standards. So that's number one. The second one, and we heard it this morning as well, and I think it's going to continue to be really important. The role of government is to safeguard, and I would say almost anticipate, these public values. We talked about privacy today, and having really a key role of
almost anticipating what the next stages are going to be, right? And then the third one that I'd like to say, again, linked to the digital sovereignty, for me, a pretty crazy number I found when I was preparing this panel, 92% of all the data produced in the Western world is in the hand of the US, where I spent, as you say, quite a bit of time. But I found it really interesting because it means that in terms of thinking about data, not necessarily as ownership, but maybe as flow, I think there's a big role for governments and obviously other entities to think through. So that brings me to say that this link that I think you are alluding to, and Christine, between the digital and the material world is really, really important. I'm sure we're going to hear a bit more through Vincent about cyber warfare and cyber attack. We heard a bit today, but think about the day looking forward where the interaction with your doctor might not be a direct one. It might be through your digital twins, right? I mean, already now, I don't know how many of you have either Strava as an app or, an Apple iWatch or something, but you're creating data where basically any kind of, I would say, machine might know maybe more than your current doctor, right? Think about the certification that will need to come there. Think about the trust you're going to have to put in some of these mechanisms, because the day where your digital twin has maybe an alert that goes to your doctor, but it's not the real one, I think you'll be in trouble. So I think there's really a big interest there to understand what's happening. Staying with the tech, I'm also a tech maybe enthusiast to a certain extent, but I think that the merging of some technology is really interesting. We did something recently on using DNA, the famous PCR that we all know now, as a way to authenticate products. For example, so knowing that my jacket, for example, was produced in a region that it says it is produced, right? So again, I think that the realm of possibility. Food is another great example. When you start having PCR and sequencing that are in low-digit dollars, I think this opens a lot of also possibilities that are kind of very enthusiastic, and again, kind of regulations and others will be there. I think it's obviously, and we heard about this, also needs to be put into frameworks. We heard about trust by design. I'm sure that when we talk about IoT, we might hear more about IoT by design or security by design for IoT. Some of those framework obviously are also linked to some of the sustainability topics of the day, right? Something that we didn't talk today. I'm starting to also kind of get a bit more maybe aware of it, is what's the impact on climate change of moving our life to digital, right? We had 10% of GDP in the US linked to the digital economy. What happens when you go to 90%, right? Obviously, blockchain will have new, consensus. We're talking about different ways to reduce the impact of crypto money, but I think it's very interesting. So that's the first part. The second part, briefly, and again, this is thanks to the explosion of data, the industry is going to change. And as an industry changes, I was part, for example, of the insurance industry. One of the, I would say, kind of starting block or exploding factor was when McKinsey came in and say to a room of industry executive, and in an article, the insurance industry is not going to exist anymore. And everyone looked at it, and it's, I don't remember, I think it's 5 or 6% of the US industry. And the consultants were basically saying, well, you're in an age of ecosystem. So the data is going to flow maybe through the insurance, but it's going to be, again, kind of industries reorganized in ecosystems where the data flow and basically the boundaries between firms is going to become kind of so close that you should think differently. And I think what it means for government is you're going to have to think through, do you want to be a platform? Or do you want to let the system do it? And take the example these days. We can deep dive into it a bit later on. Think about crypto, right? Regulation is coming. We know it's coming. This is a bit the kind of decentralized finance, open source way of looking at changes there. Or you got the more proprietary way to look at it, which is in our language called CBDC, for central bank digital currency, where about 80% of the central banks are thinking about digital cash, with the Chinese experiment running its way, right? So I think there's dramatic changes to be done, and we'll explore solution a bit later on, but I think public-private partnership, again, are essential to doing these kind of things, and that's why I'm excited to be here and sharing with the rest of the panel.
Thank you very much, Pascal. Our second speaker is Anne-Marie Kermarek, and she's a remarkable scientist. Since 2020, she leads the Scalable and Computing System Lab at EPFL. She has also experience in the private sector. She was the CEO of the Medigo startup that she founded in April 2015. Medigo provides content personalization services for online publishers and directly builds on her research. From 2004 to 2015, she was a research director at INRIA in France, where she graduated more than 20 PhD students, which is a very big record. Anne-Marie received also an impressive number of grants and awards. For example, the last one, and not least, is the French Légion d'honneur in 2019. And your research interest is focused on large-scale distributed systems, peer-to-peer networks, and system support for machine learning. So, Anne-Marie, do the challenges mentioned by Pascal resonate with you? And maybe could you tell us more about the conditions for AI and big data technologies to benefit the society as a whole?
So thank you very much. So hello to everyone. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for this nice introduction and for the invite. I'm very happy to be here. So yes, indeed, many of the things that Pascal mentioned resonate in what I want to say. So I'm the computer scientist kind of part of this panel, and clearly the algorithms today are ruling our lives more or less. So they tell us what to watch, where to go, who to meet, whether what kind of study we should do. They translate some documents. Algorithms are also very extremely useful to, predict the weather, climate change, as a matter of fact, or assist or even replace doctors from time. So this is extremely, those things are extremely useful. So they've been made possible basically by the fact that AI algorithms are around and operational. Well, you have to remember that they have been around for a very long time. The only reason why you can use them now efficiently is because we have the available amount of data and the right computing systems to actually make them run. But somehow they generate as much enthusiasm as they raise concern and fear about a number of things. And one of the reasons is that those algorithms are not exactly transparent in a way. We do not know, and maybe we are more aware of a number of things, but an average user might not know exactly what's going on with data and why there is this output to a specific algorithm. And so the good thing with algorithms is that they do whatever we tell them to do in a way. So we could have some control about what we do, but yet we do not always know. So just take the example of a social media, which I guess I take it that you all are on some kind of social platform. Those social platforms, the commercial ones, basically their goal is to make sure that a user stays as much as possible, as long as possible on their platform, because this is the core of their business model, which is advertising driven. And to achieve this, basically they select for you what kind of post you're going to see and what kind of messages, information, content basically you're going to see. And since they want you to be happy and to stay, well, they have no, they basically try to make you happy and put some content that you will click on. Meaning that depending on who you are and what you're interested in, you might end up in very specific bubble of interest and potentially goes to, misinformation kind of bubble, which can be so what I want to say here is that we know as computer scientists how to actually unbiased algorithm and make sure that we provide a fair view of the world of a number of things. But depending on in which hands those algorithms are, you don't really know what they output. And in that sense, so what can we do about it? So I think, going into, as Pascal said, government action about this and putting some regulation in place is a very good way to start, I would say. And especially as it goes with trying to work, and there's a lot of research on this, on explainable AI or ethical AI and stuff like this, to try to explain what why you get this output from an algorithm. And this is possible sometimes and very intuitive. This is not always possible and not always so intuitive. So there is a real effort here, I guess, from the research community to understand what it is and to make sure to convey the right message. So that means that there is some kind of education as well to do on the user part. The other thing I wanted to mention, which also goes into what you were just saying a little bit later, is the fact that we now see, so we are in this very weird world where the main stakeholder are basically the ones who are not producing so much stuff. They are basically feeding their algorithms with stuff that we do produce, or or the nature produce, or whatever. So it means that this is very different from what the industry was before. When you were in an industry, you would produce, I don't know, cars or stuff. Now you just gather something that some other people are sort of own and produce us, and then they make money on top of this. So I'm not saying that we should get rid of all of this, but having a complementary kind of systems where actually you can let the users get in control of what they have might be a good way to actually go into a direction, having an alternative where you can control what you're doing. And typically that's possible. I mean, you mentioned, peer-to-peer system, and this is a little bit what's going on with blockchain, but you can pretty much do the same with, federated or decentralized learning, where basically the data stays where it's produced, typically on your mobile phone or on your own profile, and then you exchange only what is necessary for an AI algorithm to learn and train a global model. And that, I think, are some avenues that are promising for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne-Marie. And it gives me the occasion to present the third speaker. The third speaker is Vincent Lenders. Vincent, you have been working for 13 years at the Federal Office for Defense Procurement, and during this time you were responsible for the development of various cyber security concepts for the operational systems of the Swiss Air Force. You had led the Defense Research Program on Cyber and Information, and since 2019 you are Director of the Cyber Defense Campus, bringing together key Swiss stakeholders in research and innovation from government, academia, and industry. Vincent, recent cybersecurity incidents revealed vulnerabilities in infrastructure security. I think about Roll, or last week the problem with the Montreux public entity. So people speak about cyber warfare. Maybe you can explain us what is cyber warfare and how does cyber warfare relate to digital trust?
So thank you very much for this introduction. Also, I'm very happy to be here and share some insights also on cyber warfare and digital trust in general. So you refer to the attacks on the municipalities of Rolle and Montreux, and I would not call these acts of warfare, but more general acts of cybercrime. So these were ransomware attacks where cyber criminals want to have some financial gain and attacking today more or less randomly or arbitrarily different organizations and try to get as much money as they can with this ransomware. And so these attacks are typically not targeted. So they are really trying to find the weakest links and try to exploit them and get some money out of it. So this is of course concerning, but it's not what I would call cyber warfare. So cyber warfare, on the other hand, how people typically define it is attacks on nation states that are really targeted, part of a conflict or for nation state interests that could cause, of course, damage, also physical harm in the country, and also up to death of people. So if you look now at where we stand today, or how cyber warfare started, cyber warfare was in the Middle Age. Basically, the battlefield was either on the land or in the sea. That's where the warfare was happening. Then at the beginning of the 20th century, the aircraft were invented, and suddenly there was a third dimension that you could also exploit the air to perform some warfare. And then we know what happened also then in the world wars. So suddenly it was a new dimension that was being used. Now, in the beginning of this 21st century, we have a new dimension that is opening up, and this is the cyberspace. And now this is also what militaries are now thinking of exploiting or using as a fourth dimension to perform some cyber operations. Now, this new dimension opens new threats, of course, but at the same time the other dimension still remain the same, of course. And if you look at military doctrines around the world, they typically see the cyber domain as an additional dimension, how they want to perform their military operations, basically. Now, if you look at the NATO, for example, NATO has around now 80% of the NATO countries have built a cyber command or a cyber force to perform cyber operations. This can be defensive, that they are there to defend their own systems, digital systems, but also offensive cyber operations to be able to intrude or to hack into systems of others. So this is what's happening. So 80%, it's quite a large number. So basically, we see development that almost every country is trying to build such a cyber force nowadays. Now in Switzerland, there are also plans, and the Federal Council has issued a cyber strategy this year to build a cyber command in the armed forces of Switzerland. And by 2024, this new cyber command should be also into place to defend Switzerland and the army in the cyberspace, and also to be able to perform cyber actions in the cyber domain. So now coming back to the question, what's also the relationship between cyber warfare and digital trust? And I think that there's a high relationship because the cyberspace is really interconnected. Also, all systems there are somehow connected. Also, it's a global system. There are no borders, international. I mean, it's not like countries which are borders. In cyberspace, everything is somehow interconnected. So when a military organization performs a cyber operation, it's in the same cyberspace as the civil systems and all other systems we have. On the other hand, if a criminal organization tries some ransomware attack, it's also in the same space. So everything there happens at the same in the same environment. So now we have seen in Switzerland attacks, for example, this year on the government, on municipalities. Next year, what will happen next year, we don't know. It can be maybe untargeted attacks that target or that by chance hit the power grid or the water supply or any critical infrastructure in Switzerland. And then, of course, this could have also more severe impact. So that's the situation we have today, and the threats are increasing. We see every year we see more of these attacks. There is the National Center in Switzerland for Cybersecurity that monitors, and organization can report the number of attacks, and we have there roughly 300 reports per week. Which is quite high. Of course, not every report may be a very severe incident, but it shows a trend, and every year this is increasing. So there we have also almost an exponential increase of things that are going on. So that's the current state, and so we need to, of course, see how we can build, how we can secure our environments, and now also how we can build more trusted systems.
Thank you, Vincent. Thank you very much. And our last speaker is Nabil Hamzi. Nabil Hamzi will tell us more about Internet of Things. because the emergence of IoT also has led to concerns related to privacy and security. So you are working as a security architect in the CTEI office, supporting all products and services provided to Logitech's customers. And you are leading the product security efforts in this enterprise. You introduced security by design. You will tell us more about this topic into the software development life cycle, from security requirements up to the final security review board. Prior to joining Logitech, you were Solutions Security and Certifications Manager for Ingenico. You were dealing with payment transaction, key management, and PCI, payment card industry, certification for banks all over the world. And you joined Ingenico as a cryptography expert, where you were responsible for supporting the implementation of solutions that met the standards of payment industry. Finally, you spent more than 7 years working for Gemalto, where you implemented secure cryptography libraries for banking and telecom smart cards. Nabi, you hold a master's degree in cryptology from the Paris Denis Diderot University, which you got in 2008. So may I ask you, do you share Vincent's view on the risk of cyber attacks, and which issues will be specific to the IoT?
Thank you. Thanks for the introduction and thanks for the invitation. I'm very glad to be here as a speaker. And yeah, for sure, I'm sharing Vincent's thoughts and view on cybersecurity and cyber risks. We know that everything is connected today through web platforms, but also through our devices that we hold, and we kind of hold internet in our hands. So, but let's get back to the definition of Internet of Things, because I mean, we heard a lot of IoT and what is IoT devices. So IoT devices are devices that are connected to a network. It might be connected to internet or to a local network. And it has some sensors, it has some microcontrollers. They are often small, but not always. When we talk about smart cars, typically this is huge, or smart fridge. I mean, they are powered and they don't have any batteries, but still they have low consumptions, low resources, and low footprint. And they are running softwares to manage and process data to interact with their environment. And I mean, why I'm talking about this definition, because IoT is quite different from cybersecurity. Even though the process of securing an IoT device is the same, you need to understand the threats, you need to assess your risk, you need to implement the security controls, to have a strong security testing posture, and to maintain your device or your web platform. For IoT, the security controls are quite different, because an IoT device has to integrate into users' lifestyle. You want to plug it and to forget, right? You just, you don't want to plug your watch to your computer to get software updates each morning, but still, your watch or your fridge or any other smart device runs software that has to be updated and to maintain the security state. So, what is the main difference in terms of cybersecurity and IoT security? Just think about, your bank, your web application, where when you connect to your bank to check your accounts, they will not adopt the plug and forget mantra, right? They will monitor the activity. They will have some alert management on when people will try to brute force some passwords, or they will update the credentials of the users, but also of administrators. But for an IoT device, often you don't have that. You don't have that maintenance, that security updates. And I'm talking a lot about security because for me, security feeds the trust. Without security, it's easily to lose trust on companies and on devices. And this is quite difficult to talk about IoT trust as a whole, because there is a lot of manufacturers, a lot of devices. I talked about smart fridge, but there is smart locks. I mean, everything that starts with smart, it's typically an IoT device. smart bubbles, smart. I mean, you have everything as an IT device, and you cannot just say that we trust IoT as a whole. You have to understand that some devices has to be very secure, such as medical devices that are connected wirelessly to a device or to smartphones to monitor your insulin or to monitor your heartbeat. So you cannot secure a smartwatch as a smart medical device. So when it comes to regulations, to certifications, and to label, you have to split and to understand that you have to deal with these families of devices. And the trust will either come from regulation and countries or from manufacturers, because you will trust a brand saying that, okay, I will buy those devices because I trust that brand. But the trust has to come from away.
Thank you, Nabil. Thank you. So we move now to the second part of the discussion, that is think about solutions. And I would like to explore the technical side of this part of the solutions we can maybe draw, probably not find today because it's prospective. But how do you fields of expertise address the challenges that we have discussed so far and contribute to building trust? And I raise the question to Anne-Marie at first, and then to Pascal.
So can you say that again, please?
Yes. How do you relate your field of expertise to identify the solution that the challenges we have seen for the future for digital trust?
Yeah, well, again, as I said, I think so I'm not that much into the cybersecurity, which I think it's a real issue, and I think this will obviously is covered by research also in this area, and that's a very important one. Again, I think in terms of expertise that are needed to address these challenges, you have to really have a tight action, which is a tightly coupled action between computer scientists, obviously, both in the security, privacy, algorithms, and systems, and all these people, but also typically government, as Pascal mentioned, and probably even more than that, with also companies and having private and public kind of collaboration to come up with some reasonable, trade-off in these kind of things. Yeah, so I guess this is
one point. And Pascal?
Yeah. So maybe on the technical side, I would make a distinction between the physical digital element and maybe taking IoT as an example, and the purely digital, which maybe might be more the field of Anne-Marie. I think on the physical to digital, we're just scraping the surface. I mean, when we think that there's just like no almost visibility of where your food is coming from, what's in it, there's a lot of I would say kind of unmet expectations from consumers there. And I think we're going to see an explosion on people kind of using apps to get a better feel on whether their food comes from the nearby farm and if it's really kind of bio as said on the label. So I think we're going to see a lot of this. And then you can think of food, but you can think of the rest of the supply chain that's coming, right? We all see the supply chain issues now that are affecting everything from bike to obviously chips in a lot of things. But think about the future of it, where again I think the sustainability will be embedded into these supply chains, and therefore you'll see systems, probably not to use the keyword blockchain, but probably something that's open, that you can kind of trust, verify, right? So I think on this physical and digital, you'll see a lot of development in the future. Again, to be seen if it's manufacturer driven, if it's regulation driven, but I think there's a lot of development. And then into your field, and Marie, I don't know if you would agree, but I think data is just a mess. It's just such a chaos, right? I have to say, even myself, I don't know where my data is, right? I come back to Switzerland, and I'm sure that there's like pieces of my data all over the place. So it's just not a sustainable part, right? And in the future, I don't see why there couldn't be markers in data, right? The data is still always produced somewhere, consumed somewhere, it flows somewhere, right? So this ability of somehow putting tags or marker in data, I think will make a big difference, especially for a certain fields where privacy is even more important than some others. So just a couple of thoughts looking forward, but I think the technical solutions are there. I'm sure we're going to talk next a bit more about the ways to do them, but I'm pretty positive about developments in tech on that side.
And Vincent, do you share this optimism? Do you think that it's this morning the word oxymoron was used to speak about security and to speak about digital inviolability? Do you think it is true, or isn't it?
Yeah, it's like the question also about digital trust, right? It's also if it's possible to establish digital trust or not, because of course many per se digital systems have vulnerabilities. So if you look at software, for example, that we develop, it's very, very hard to develop software that has no bugs. I mean, it's possible to do some formal verification of software. If the software has a certain line of codes, like 10,000 maybe, then it's still possible to do. But every also a small IoT device we have, there are so many lines of codes that we can not even verify if they have bugs or vulnerabilities. So I think that's a big issue. So we have no way of proving the security or the trust level of a device at the moment. We can have certification, but this is also not the proof. It's just basically we have done certain things and best practices also. That's one aspect. So yeah, so I think what we are doing on our side, I mean, there is on the one side, there is an exponential increase of digitalization that we have observed also with the pandemic. This has increased, but it will continue to increase. But on the other side at the moment, this is almost also an exponential increase of threats and attacks. So it puts us in a very difficult situation. So there are a lot of new opportunities and new ways how we can do some digital business. But on the other side, there are also a lot of threats. So I think what we are trying to do is we need to better understand the threats and opportunities. We're doing this with research at the Cyber Defense Campus. We have also research programs to understand better this dimension. But also what is also very important is not only about talking about the technology, it's also talking about the people and the talent. Because also in this cybersecurity, cyber defense, it's also very important to have the right people, because to do the right things, you need to also understand complex things. So that's why what we're also doing is also have programs also to build up and develop also talents in this area, because there will be a huge shortage of talents. And if we want to build digital trust, cybersecurity, we will need a lot of people also in Switzerland to do this. And at the moment, it's not clear how this talent will be there in the next 10, 20 years.
Thank you very much. And you gave us some ideas. What is the security of products, Nabil? Maybe you can develop a little bit on the system of certification, what it is, and where we are now, and what do you expect for the future that could be the good situation to have more trust?
Yes. So in terms of certification, there is a lot of framework out there. I think that one of the most adopted one is from Etsy. I forget the name. I think it's 303.645. It's a complex sequence of number, but it is used to assess the security of a device through the whole development life cycle. So how you assess the risk, how you implement the security controls, and how you test it. And as I said, you do not secure an IoT device as a cyber security. As a web services. Typically, if you take the example of software integrity, when you buy a device, you assume that this device is safe, right? You just use it, you plug it to your computer, connect it to your home network, but you don't know what happened during its delivery or during its packaging or during the manufacturing line. You don't know if someone just changed or temper that device. So, and this is part of the trust. I mean, trusting a device, a manufacturer, it's trusting the whole life cycle of from the manufacturing to the development to the shipment. So as Logitech and as manufacturer, we have to think about those threats. But also, when you are certifying a product, you have to provide such evidences that you have thought about it and that you have put the right security in your devices. So security by design is a thing. Integrating security in the development and in the manufacturing of the device is a thing. But as Vincent said, software contains bugs, and whatever you do in securing and reducing the security bug of a software component, it will still contain some bugs, or if it's not today, it will be tomorrow. So we need to react, and I think that building some quick reaction or in security incidents provide trust to customers, because you will have that transparency saying, okay, yes, we have been attacked. Yes, we had some vulnerabilities. You can limit the impact of vulnerabilities by adding security layers, but still it's a vulnerability, so you have to address it in a transparent way and in a quick, as soon as possible. So I think, yeah, even if we have certification and regulation, also to build the monitoring and the maintenance phase of a product. You just you cannot just deploy product and forget about them.
Yes, you speak about security by design. Is it a way, if we speak about security by default, for example?
For me, it's two different concepts. So to talk about security by default, you need to have somehow security somewhere. So and security by default, it's a concept where you configure your service or your product to enable security by default. Typically, we all have smartphones, and when we install an application, the security by default is to disable microphone and location permission. So you have a pop-up to allow it. So this is what we call security by default. But we have that security by default because there is a security control that prevents the access of a third application to that company. So this is complementary. You cannot just say I only implement security by default or only security by design. You have to build security by design and then build security by default. Sorry.
Very good example.
Oh. You see? No, it was a security incident and good reaction. Thank you. Yeah. I noticed that. Thanks for reacting.
Thank you. So, and Marie, we speak about the technical side. So, you think there are limitations we need to be aware that we will not solve. I think it's the message in all problems through technique, or you think we can do a lot through technique?
That's a good question. Well, I think we can do a lot. Okay, but so, for instance, if you think of there were two events that recently, impacted some of us, or at least, so there was this Facebook outage last week, right? And that was just due to a sort of a stupid manipulation of some network kind of table, and led to really major outage of Facebook services. But not only, because the internet was completely messed up because of this, then this had impact on many different things, okay? Now, why? Because a huge part of the world was controlled by just one company, and then with this mistake. Now, I think yesterday or the day before, we had an OVH outage. So OVH is a cloud provider in France, and many companies were affected by this because nothing would work for a few hours. And again, so as I think, really technically speaking, I mean, and there are solutions for this, right? I mean, this is called fault resilience, basically, so that you cannot sustain having, if you have, it's like not putting all your eggs in one basket. I'm not even sure this expression exists in English, but it's clear enough, isn't it? So you have to have alternative. And in a way, internet works very well. And why? Because internet is a decentralized system by essence. And it's not subject to the things, just because when you go from one point to another, you have many different ways of doing it. And I think we should probably turn, technically speaking, to do the same. So having several alternatives. So one is what we are under today, and big companies and and stuff, and certification and stuff like this. The other way is also to have alternative sort of a decentralized solution, open source kind of solution, and those will not, I'm not advocating the end of those GAFAM company at all, of course, but having some good alternatives is I think is a healthy way of looking at things and provide good solution in the end.
Thank you. And Pascal, what is your?
Well, I think on moving maybe from the security to some of the wider solution, what I find really interesting in your approach and your comments, and Marie, is we could put the technology somewhere, and then somehow it needs to be either enforced or implemented. So I think there's I don't know if I'm looking at it the right way, but I think there's an equation and there's an X in the middle. And maybe the X is what I would call the innovation factor, right? And the innovation, not so much in the sense of more technology, but just kind of, making something happen. I think that's how I would say innovation, which comes with, leadership, accountability, all of this good stuff that obviously needs to kind of percolate down for public and private society to be working together. I think to, take your explainable AI mentioned before, Anne-Marie, you need to decide, right? Do we want everything to have this kind of almost magical power? Honestly, Facebook is pretty cool. I talk to you about something, Anne-Marie, I go home and I have all of the ads about what we talked about. So, hey, pretty fun, right? But when this algorithm have a decision, be it a university admission, getting access to an apartment or something, I think it becomes some things where, maybe the cool effect or the magical effect is a little less important, but understanding what led to the decision so that not only can we audit, as we heard this morning, but also, we can have finally human control if we want on top of those decisions, I think becomes really, really crucial. And I think it's similar with elements like data, for example. I mentioned before that I'm a bit frustrated by all of this talk of data, but we still haven't found a way to have, I don't know if it's like a data, coffre-fort, right? Where is my data that I can lock? Or, if you wanted to look at it maybe more in a positive way, this kind of data trust, where I entrust my data once and for all into an organization. And there the innovation is not so much the tech, because I think we have it. The organization is just the governance mechanism that will make it happen so that, I can tell my trust that, banking with X is fine, giving my medical access to Y is fine. And I think we're going to come to this, but again, I think it's the innovation piece that I would say is missing, and the innovation piece in a kind of multi-stakeholder way.
Thank you. Vincent, you mentioned that you do research also, and that you are looking for the people attempts. So can you tell us more of this kind of research about the security in your field?
Yeah, we are doing research in cybersecurity, data science, everything that relates to technologies that you need to build secure systems, and also how to protect systems. But I think if we talk about digital trust, I think one aspect we have not touched yet, and I think is important to mention, is also the trust in the information that is inputted and spread over the systems. It's not only about the trust in the technology and how to protect our data, but there is also this big issue about fake news, for example, disinformation. And this is also something that we need to tackle, because we see now developments also with Facebook, for example, the companies, social media that have business models based on fake news. So they earn money basically by spreading fake news. So these are also issues we should consider, how to deal with disinformation, how to detect it. It's a very challenging problem. Also the definition, what is fake news at all, because It can be the opinion of some persons. It's not necessarily fake news. But I think that's also the information domain is also very important about the digital trust. It's not only about the technology, but also the information that is at some point digitalized, but doesn't start digital. Yeah.
Thank you. On the technical side, if we think about technology, we think about energy. So I wonder if it's an issue. Probably yes, but maybe you can tell me more about this relation between technology and sustainability and climate and all the issues we have in relation to the climate.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. As a matter of fact, it's a little bit all contradictory. So during the pandemic, everybody moved online, and everybody was happy with this, and then suddenly there was this idea that now we don't need to travel anymore, so that will decrease the carbon footprint, and instead we go on Zoom and have our meetings on Zoom. Well, it's not so clear actually. As a matter of fact, there are some organizations which first said, okay, we're now going to do all things online, and suddenly now they're sort of reacting back because it's not that clear that it costs less, and that so yes, indeed, there is a huge energy consumption of this data center and more general the digital world, and I'm not quite sure we can. There are some applications for which we can clearly say that they are extremely energy consuming. Well, Bitcoin is one very good example. It's just consume I don't know as many energy as I don't remember the country, but it's just crazy. So yes, indeed, there is really a lot of efforts to do on this on the thing. So for instance, Bitcoin is so outrageous in terms of energy that there are some research already happening, and with lower consumption. But I think more generally, in many algorithms we can do, which could actually solve again, if we go again for so I will, finish by having this message very clear. But if you go to very decentralized systems where your data stay where they are, it sort of solves the problem you were mentioning. It avoids data to travel on the network, and also you have less replication of. Because I think today, whenever you send a picture on a social network, I don't know how many times it is replicated, but it's just crazy. And that is storage, so that means that this is somewhere sitting on one and even several data center, in the world that needs cooling. And so, yeah, I think we are not extremely. We are not very careful about this right now, and this is something we will have to consider more seriously, I guess.
Thank you. Do you have any?
I fully agree. I think we're in the dark, right? We're not sure how much we produce of emissions, whatever we do in our life, right? Yes, there's maybe a famous large company that has a fairly good map apps that tells me that I went from A to Z and I did I don't know how much. But I think we're going to have a better transparency, right? We should have a transparency, and I know that now you can calculate, for example, the size of your Outlook mailbox and attach a CO2 kind of label to it. It's not being done, right? But these are not things that are hard. So I think it goes a bit in the same argument that I had before, to say that people are going to start connecting the dots, right? They're going to start kind of caring about the environment through their entire, if you want, 360-degree life. And therefore, we're going to see new business models, new areas coming, new, again, kind of traceability for elements. But where I hope we go a step further is also to use this kind of newly acquired knowledge and some of those amazing algorithms that I've seen in actions to also help those most affected by climate change. So turning a bit around your questions, I've seen, for example, when I was in the insurance industry, how more granular, to take one of the term you used before, more granular you can become in your understanding of how climate change can be on, for example, the East Coast of the US, right? I think New York might have to redesign its city because of climate change and something like this. So my hope is that we kind of continue this kind of discussion and kind of accelerate a bit the innovation that goes with it.
Okay, so we can trust in slow technology in a way. But is it possible to make it as a requirement for security, to introduce it in the certification process, this question of sustainability, for example?
First, I want to thank you about that question. And I mean, why? Because when we talk about digital trust, we have to understand that this is not all about security, not all about privacy. Even if we have the security and the privacy, we can lose the trust by consuming a lot of energy and stuff like that. So sustainability has to take into, I mean, we have to take into account sustainability, and especially for IoT devices, because they are made of plastic mainly, and the footprint is very, very high. Without talking about shipments, we have manufacturing in China that is shipping devices to Brazil, and I mean, this is when you come to count the carbon footprint, it's quite huge. So, and as Logitech CEO said, planting trees is not enough. So, so we need to think as a whole. Should we, to answer your question, should we integrate sustainability requirements in security? Personally, I don't believe it. Because if even, I mean, we can take the example of GDPR for regulation or any other security framework. This is not enough. I mean, the GDPR regulation and other certification does not stop attacks and does not make, maybe it makes security a concern for web applications and web services, but it will not stop people attacking the devices. And for me, sustainability has to come from government regulations more than security certifications.
Thank you. I would like, before giving the floor to questions, to finish in this question of thinking about solutions. And we can also see the side of governance. It was a bit what was explained before. And I think it's important to ask Vincent if cyberwarfare and warfare in the field of information, you mentioned the fake news, you mentioned the trust the information, but do you think about remedies, about solutions in the field? Do you think that the regulation, that law, that dissuasive sanctions, for example, lots amount of money or maybe jail, I don't know, in a globalized world, would be interesting to build trust?
Yeah, I think nowadays it's too easy and it's too interesting to be a criminal in the cyber domain. So it's so easy to win a lot of money in cyber criminality. So I think it can continue because that's what we see. That's why it's increasing, because it's a nice business model at the end. So yeah, I think we need to have some remedy. I mean, what's the remedy? It's difficult because it's an international problem. So you can have your local laws, but then if the attacker is in a country which has a different system, then it's a different story. So I think it's really a challenging problem because it's global. We need to solve this globally. We cannot address this in even the EU or so. So it's but I think it's at the moment it's too easy and the business model is too good. So we need to break this.
Okay. And Pascal, you mentioned before the collaboration between private and public sector. Could you develop on this?
Of course, yes. So to continue on this, I think it's global in the sense that it's a geopolitical and technology issue, right? And I think that's why it's so hard, right? You got different groups talking to different people. We're really happy to be in Geneva in a place where you can think about internet governance. I think we just need to get going, right? We need to start maybe small, have some small standards, maybe a minimal group that gets started. I think the talent piece is very also well done. When I see fellowships of groups that can come from the governments to the private sector and back, I think it helps a lot. I think we won't be able to solve it on a global basis right away, right? We saw that a topic like privacy, for example, if I'm not mistaken, was not even part of the newly inaugurated tech trade council discussion between the US and the EU, right? So if you're not even able to put it on the agenda, it obviously won't get solved. So I think it will require a lot more kind of maybe regional, small scale, and even in a place like, here where you have some small places like some smaller commune, right? There's initiatives locally that looks at helping the SMEs. I'm not sure, I know Michael is sitting in his own local authority, Conseil Communal, right? But I think it's going to start local to a certain extent as well. I'm sure that now digital, that probably wasn't even the 10th topic on the agenda, hopefully will come, and hopefully this will be also helped by the fact that we have super solid cyber expertise available. So again, I think it's connecting, starting somewhere, and hopefully having the kind of willingness and leadership to expand.
Thank you. And I would ask Anne-Marie a quite direct question in this field. What do you think? Who should own and govern AI and big data?
That's how long do we have? No, well, I mean, those are two different things. I think owning an algorithm is kind of, I would say anybody can. And what would be great is that if this provides some output for some users and so that we understand them. Now, the data is really another issue because it can be used for so many things. And as Pascal said, it's a real mess indeed. This is all over. So I guess there are different categories. So if we think about typically medical data of people, those have to be extremely taken extremely seriously in a sense, as they can. You don't want any algorithm at some point to decide whether we could, loan you some money or, grant some insurance just because someone has access to this data. So this is something maybe that should really, why not belong to either people or government, I would say, as long as you trust your government. Now, in terms of personal data, I really think that we should again give more control to the users, and also that there is a number of things that can be done without really identifying data as well. So there are plenty of solutions out there to actually keep your data or transmit them only part of the ones that are going to be useful. So those are two different kind of things. But I was reading an article yesterday about the fact that AI algorithms are even more target even more the most precarious people, and that's not sensitive data. Okay, it's just maybe data that they get from the net. So we have to be careful with this. And the safest way would be not to produce any data, but at least what you can do is make sure that they do not leak when you don't want them to leak. Again, users have to be sort of educated about this, because not everybody knows that, if you still see some stories where some people would put their holiday pictures on Facebook, not knowing that when they're on, medical leave or something, whatever. So I think education also is a very important part of this.
And the role of the government in the certification for the moment it's the private sector certification, the guidelines given by private sector, and which role you think that the government has to play? Because we know that in some sectors, in the product security, there are guidelines given by governments, and that the certification is mandatory. You have told us about medical devices, for example. It is not just the certification given that you pay and you have the certification. The certification is mandatory, but without this certification, you don't have access to the market. So what is your opinion on the relation between government, between mandatory and non-mandatory certification in this area? And maybe there is not yes or no. Maybe it's another answer you will give us.
No. Completely, it will be not yes or no, because it's a complex topic. And as I said, IoT devices is is composed of a lot of devices. So you cannot just say you have to secure your IoT device in this way because this will be too costly for and too expensive for some kind of devices. So we need to understand how we can split devices per family, which devices should comply with the local regulations. And as we know, we cannot, this is difficult to have international regulations to make comply all devices to a single standard. So yeah, it's a complex topic, and hopefully tomorrow manufacturers will not only promote and advertise on camera lens performances, wireless range, but also on how trust has been built by design. Maybe it will be.
Thank you very much. I think it's now time to give the audience the occasion to ask questions, and in the room or maybe on the internet.
Are there any? Thank you. So starting with when Pascal mentioned that 98% of data is in the US, one questioner started asking whether, kind of building on these certification questions, whether being based in Switzerland is not enough to attract customers in the absence of deeper international certifications, that Switzerland might benefit from these by making the highest standards in the world, and going on to wonder whether powerful countries can kind of go dark and impact the validity of the security certifications in the area of data and metadata confidentiality, whether these can be weakened by powerful nation states in regards to the validity of these certifications.
Is it for me?
There's a few more.
Thank you very much. Great question. No, I think I'll say a couple of things. Is first, the way I understand this kind of US dominance of data is just because if you're building up a startup, which I've helped do a couple of times, is as soon as you turn on any kind of lights on your computer, you're going to be faced with any application that go through the US, right? I think there's no debate about it. So if there's a supremacy, I wouldn't put it necessarily on a powerful nation state. I would put it more on a concentration of data based on really kind of private companies that have built businesses, right, software as a service or whatnot going on. Now, if we want to be creative in the future, I think we'll have to think about methodology, approaches, governance, or even entities that might actually be kind of safeguarding data somewhere, right? And we had this great conversation yesterday with one of the future speaker on this panel, so I let her expand on this, on data embassy, which I found really, really interesting, right? And I think data embassy, or maybe data neutrality, whatever you want to call it, I think there's a role for Switzerland to do that. I don't think we've been super successful by just putting servers in bunkers in the middle of nowhere in the mountains, but I think, again, maybe with Web3 coming up, there's a chance for Switzerland to kind of connect the decentralization, the fact that it needs some certification and still some sort of authority to kind of, give value to this data and kind of play a role moving forward on that.
Thank you. Do you have other questions?
Yes. From a nation state point of view, what is the best option to establish and maintain the trust of citizens and residents of a certain country in case of cyber operations by another state? Is it building reliable, high-tech cyber defenses? Is it deterrence? Is it the capacity to retaliate? What should the priorities be in this regard?
Can you repeat the options?
Well, I'm sure you know them, but is it building reliable, high-tech cyber defenses? Is it deterrence? Is it the capacity to retaliate? What should be the priorities? So offense or defense?
Well, I think it's not something that is specific to digital or cyber. I think it's something that you need to see more globally. So this cyber or the digital world is just another dimension. So at the end, you should do the same. Depends a little bit on the strategy of the country, what is best, neutral straight or whatever your situation is. But as I mentioned before, I mean, cyber digital is just another. It's just another dimension. At the end, it's if you think about conflicts, they are usually not performed only on one dimension. But typically, cyber is often the first step because there it's easy to stay stealthy. So and it doesn't escalate. You have a lot of conflicts that are also performed before an escalation is really going on. So I think that's typically the first space where you see some type of conflict. But otherwise, I think it should not be specific to the digital world.
So we have time for questions. Maybe one from the audience here. I think there's someone there.
Okay, right. And I believe it was you, Pascal, who mentioned the issue of internet governance. My question will be how to organize and imagine a governance when data are everywhere and nowhere. I mean, no one has is proprietary of data and is managing data. How to organize it?
Yeah, I think you're the student, right? So you should join the fight and help us develop the governance. But I think, joke aside, someone mentioned this morning the airline industry, right? There's planes everywhere, there's plane taking off, and there's physical goods moving, right? In a lot of places, and we have containers, right? The container is pretty amazing because it allows element A to go to element B in a way that, again, is standardized, right? So I think my intuition, if you want, it's not even more refined than this, is that I think we'll find a way to do the same thing with data, to take data. Or again, as we're building up this infrastructure of the digital economy tomorrow, we'll find ways to encapsulate, if you want, the knowledge, the security, and the standardization that will go forward. So I think it's just going to be a bit difficult. And I gave an example in my intro, for example, about central bank digital currencies, right? CBDCs. You got different models. I won't go through them. Is it an account based with a central bank? Is it using intermediaries? So you got a lot of these kind of different elements. I would say almost fighting for relevance. And my understanding is it's going to be a mix between those kind of low scale, low risk, kind of almost attempts, if you want, or exploration, and a top-down approach to say, well, we still need to have our sovereignty around our currency, right? Because if crypto becomes the norm and even the US dollar doesn't exist anymore, then I think you'll have a lot of, there's going to be a red line in the sand somewhere.
But can we also say that the analogy with goods is limited? I'm thinking that goods are transported by containers that have standardized dimensions. When data, there is no norm or rules. We have the deep web, the web.
Yeah.
Every shape, every form. We have non-standardized ways to communicate.
Yeah, I'll tee it up for Anne-Marie, hopefully to save me out of this one. But I think in the sense, we let it happen, right? I did the exercise recently during a workshop to see where my Facebook data is and what it is and what it knows about me. But we let it happen because we didn't, care enough to give our data, and the government didn't maybe care enough just to say that, maps were done without any return back to what's going on. So if this was kind of Web 1.0 or Web 2.0 with social media, I think Web 3.0 might be very different. And that's where maybe coming back to your analogy, we'll be able to define and tag data. I don't have any more kind of crypto, maybe the cryptographer can help me, but to define and to say that whatever I'm producing can be somehow represented in a way that's similar to the physical good, right? And therefore traceable and therefore taxable. Digital taxes are going to be interesting. So I think there's going to be new ways to do it.
So you are imagining a solution where data have a value, in fact, is monetized, data have a value?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think it's well. Again, as you said, you know, we are not even careful enough. Right now, there is all this regulation about data, and yet, even though you know, we still you know, scrolling down our phone, and then you have to accept everything to get what you want to do, and you do it, right? And even I do it, right? And I'm like advertising, you know, that we don't care about privacy and stuff like this. So it's very much you know. Again, we're gonna change, and the regulation will change, and hopefully we'll have this time. You know, actually, going to your idea, using some kind of proof of ownership for a number of, you know, there exists some sort of.
Is it feasible? Does it exist?
Well, no, but it's a great line of research, actually.
Great.
Thank you. There was one question there.
Yeah, so my question will probably be a follow-up on what is the conversation that has just been initiated. By the way, I'm working in the blockchain space, so my questions will revolve around this topic. First, I just want to come back to something you said on the fact that Bitcoin is consuming energy like crazy. Almost as much as big countries like Switzerland are consuming. I think we need to moderate this in the sense that Bitcoin is using a majority of green energy. So it's kind of helping as well, you know, the green energy industry to develop, especially in some poor countries. And also the fact that all the next generation blockchains are not using the so-called proof of work, you know, consensus algorithm. So from this perspective, they are using way less energy. Okay. And also the fact that if you say, okay, Bitcoin is using a lot of energy, you should not compare this to zero, but to the energy all the banks are actually using in their private data centers. That being said, my question was more...
This is precisely why I said Bitcoin and not blockchain. I know that there are plenty of alternatives that are, you know, greener.
Yeah. But I mean, even Bitcoin itself is not that polluting. No, my question was more around decentralized identities. It was mentioned earlier that one way to secure systems is to have them as decentralized as possible. So this applies to many facets of security. Here I'm thinking of security of identities, which could be the first, you know, step towards, you know, maybe a future where people could probably take back ownership of not only their identities but also their private data. You know, as a way to counter all these threats that you mentioned earlier. So my question is this one: how do you see the evolution of the initiatives that we have seen in the past years around the decentralized identities? How do you see these you know, technologies evolve in the future? And maybe the role that governments like the Swiss government can play to foster the adoption of such technologies, assuming they are beneficial to everyone.
So, shall I? Well, yeah, I think this is actually something that is, you know, very promising. And when I was talking about proof of ownership and everything, this is exactly what I had in mind. So now there is a question of adoption, right? I've been working for ages on peer-to-peer systems, and interestingly enough, when they came out, which we were talking 2000, you know, it would be really hard for people to actually adopt those technology. You know, they wouldn't run anything on their, you know, they would give away all the data to someone that they wouldn't trust, but not put something on their computer. Now we evolved toward different thing, and as a matter of fact, Bitcoin, from that point of view, was the killer app of peer-to-peer application. So I'm really thinking that what we put together like 20 years ago, technically speaking, plus the new technology can now become the new backbone of you know, sort of a decentralized world. So I'm still very much on this side, actually.
I would fully agree. I think, in between self-sovereign identity or other kind of similar way of thinking, we got all of the pieces, if you want. I think identity needs to be purpose or fit for purpose, right? I don't want my identity in a specific context to be the same as in another context. So making it programmable, making it designed for what it needs to do, I think is essential. But again, I don't think it's a technology issue. I think it's an adoption issue. I think it might be also just a general education issue. Again, I wasn't in Switzerland when the vote took place, so I cannot, understand and analyze what happened. But I think it's really important to see, where the vulnerabilities are in the system. Is it just the biometric? Is it the fact that I can be hacked online? I mean, all of these kind of things happen in the physical world as well. So I think it's again back to some of the earlier comment, a place where we need to make sure that we elevate the technology kind of understanding of people and not mix it with kind of magical element, but just say, no, it's technology for citizens, by citizens, where the adoption is essential. Because I agree with you, I think identity, I was talking about CBDC just before, we won't be having any digital Swiss francs in our cell phone until we have a solution there.
So thank you very much. I think we are slowly at the end of the panel. It's now time to conclude. What is the message that you would like the audience to take away from our conversation in 1 minute? I begin with you, Nabil.
Yeah, no. I think that the battle of tomorrow will be promoting and advertising trust, in order to compete with others and at least to establish trust within the landscape of devices and web services. And for me, this is that will happen tomorrow, I believe.
Yeah, I can completely agree. And I think, this panel was also about the long-term horizon, 5, 10, maybe 20 years. But I think we can do there are a lot of quick wins. And we can do small steps to improve quite a lot. And that's what we should start doing.
You stole my point. I think we can start doing the cocktail part. This was my point. I think we got some decentralized people, we got large companies, we got the EPFL represented. So why don't we try to start do something together? Because in between all of the initiative, Trust Valley and others, I think we have a lot happening in this part of the world. So again, I think it's the starting somewhere and getting a bit this dynamism going. And I hope Anne-Marie will agree and add to it.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Plus, I'm on the optimistic side, right? So I would, I think that I trust that eventually we will get there. I mean, and we will, trust the digital world as much as we trust a plane when we, hop on a plane. And so I, without necessarily understanding how it works. So anyway, so yeah, I'm optimistic.
So thank you very much. On that note, I would like to propose you to join me in thanking this fantastic panel, and also to thank the Graduate Institute, the Center for Trade and Economic Integration, who hosted us perfectly, the C4DT of the EPFL, who is co-organizing the event. And thank you very much, and see you soon for the discussion about this topic. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for an excellent panel and for ending on an optimistic note. That's always nice. We get caught in a lot of the challenges, but it's good also to be optimistic about what the future will bring. So now I should apologize. We didn't get through all of the questions. I will pass them on to the panelists. There were a lot of more questions about certifications and others that I will pass on. But right now, please join us for a coffee break up in the cafeteria. Go up the stairs and go straight. And you need your little badge to show that you've been, that you have your COVID certificate. At 3:30, we'll have the high-level panel on how to build digital trust going forward, from 3:30 to 5, and then after that, we'd like to invite you to join us for cocktails. That will be in the restaurant on the 8th floor of Pedal 5. So you leave, go to Pedal 5 and on the 8th floor, and we'll look forward to seeing you there to celebrate the end of an excellent day. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back everybody after the break. I'm pleased to introduce Jean-Pierre Rubaud, the moderator for this high-level panel on how to build digital trust going forward. Jean-Pierre is the full professor at EPFL and the head of the Laboratory for Data Security. He trained at EPFL a lot of promising and very intelligent students like myself. And besides that, he pioneered the area of privacy and security in mobile wireless networks and in personal health too. He's the academic director of the Center for Digital Trust, leads the data protection in personalized health project funded by the ETH Council, and is a co-chair of the data security stream of Global Alliance for Genomics and Health. He is among the most cited researchers in privacy protection and in information security. Jean-Pierre?
Okay, thanks a lot, Olivier. Merci beaucoup. And welcome everyone to this high-level panel, and welcome after this long day for still being with us. Having been introduced myself, I now feel entitled to introduce my panelists. And I'll do this alphabetically, which will allow me to start with the gender minority, right? So our first panelist is John Frank, who is actually Microsoft Vice President, focusing notably on UN affairs. And I should say that Microsoft is one of the partners of C4DT. So John leads actually the team that focuses on deepening Microsoft's engagement with the UN and international organizations. Andrei Kudelski is chairman and CEO of Kudelski Group. Kudelski is one of the founding partners of C4DT. Now, Andrei Kudelski has several hats. He's also president of InnoSwiss, which, as we all know, is a Swiss Federal Agency for Innovation. He's also vice chairman of the Swiss American Chamber of Commerce, and he sits on the strategy advisory board of EPFL. And Andrei Kudelski is actually an alumnus of EPFL, where he studied the physics. Then Nelly Leosk is actually the ambassador at large from a country that is well known for many things, but including notably for its, let's say, fast digitalization, Estonia. And she's responsible for the development and coordination of digital diplomacy and for global partnerships in digital domain. And over the past years, she has worked in a number of, let's say, has actually provided advice to a number of governments and large corporations. Ursula Österle, on the other side, is actually she joined EPFL recently as a vice president of for innovation. And before that, she spent 20 years in Silicon Valley and Asia working in open innovation with startups. And Ursula is also an alum of EPFL. She got a PhD in physics. And last but not least, Ninian Tevgen is managing director at the Swiss Digital Initiative, SDI, foundation. And one of the projects they are leading is a project I know well, which is the Swiss Digital Trust Label. She's a member of the WEF Global Shapers Community, the Swiss think tank on foreign policy called Forhaus, that I know well, and the Davos Digital Council. So thanks for being with us. And we have 1 hour and a half to talk about, let's say, further, let's say, explore the topic of digital trust. And I will start with a few general questions, but at any point in time, I would encourage, once we are done with let's say, with the bootstrap, the participants in the audience, be it in the room or remotely, to intervene and share their comments or questions. I trust, Michael, you are going to relay, you are going to be the proxy for the, let's say, online audience. So thank you very much for doing so. So now, first question. And I'll ask Nelly maybe to respond to this as a first speaker. And I've actually encouraged the speakers to be as I'm an engineer by training, so I tend to be a very pragmatic person, and I'm somewhat a bit, lost when being in Geneva, talking at the level of abstraction that is usually the case here. So I encouraged all our panelists to be as precise as possible in their responses, and especially to provide, let's say, concrete examples from their own experience, be it personally or from their own organizations. And I'm very much looking forward to see how they perform on that front. So having said that, my dear Nele, so what are the main challenges your organization is facing? When I say your organization, it can be the government, but you can also take it more generally, say the country as such. Estonia famously had to endure cyber attacks from another country in the past. And so this is also an experience that certainly has brought important lessons to the country. So what are essentially the challenges and in terms also in the way you perceive the service you're providing to your own citizens?
Thank you. I am also a port engineer by my first training. So I believe combined with being Estonian, we will have a very strict time scheduling. But of course, coming from Estonia and representing my country, I will try to see the general problems that Estonia and the Estonian government is facing. But before going to these challenges, I would perhaps like to simply get back to our day and the discussions that we had today, and see really what it is, a digital trust. And we have talked a lot about privacy and security and how to handle different risks that digitalization comes along with. But we cannot forget that this sort of basics of digitalization, that our systems and data are complied with certain standards, that we have security mechanisms in place. This is not something that may necessarily help to create a trust among the public, because public wants services, they want solutions, they want virtual life where they feel comfortable, where their services are user-friendly, that they need them, it's easy to use, and that takes a lot more than just securing your information systems and data. So this comes actually to the really big challenge. It is the capacity of our government, but also private sector, to really provide these services that people need. And it has always been this issue that we start providing services from the viewpoint from the government or from the viewpoint from a certain other partner, but not necessarily the end user. And this, of course, is related to the second aspect of the interrelated matter, and this is related to user experience, because trust does not happen overnight. It means that we as governments need to provide these services over time, consistently, and across sectors. And an example here is the famous internet voting, which is currently going on in Estonia because we have local elections on Sunday. In 2005, when we first piloted it, the infrastructure, the readiness from both government and public side was there. We were used to using our digital identity, we were used to using digital services. Still, only 0.8% of people voted via the internet, which shows that even though we are used to digitalization, something new comes and it takes time. So last time when we had elections in 2019, almost 50% of voters voted via the internet, despite these hacks that had happened in between, and these that you were referring to have not been the only hacks. Hacks will always happen. They have happened, and probably it will also increase in the future, considering the increasing polarization and many other issues. But this comes to also down to how we as governments are used to developing digitalization. We have units for security,
we have somebody providing that area service, somebody providing the other area service. Then we have units that deal with democracy, that deal with transparency, participation. But for people, it doesn't matter. They see one virtual room and they do not matter. They don't care whether it's the internet voting or whether it's paying taxes or whether it's participatory budgeting. For them, one experience influences the other. So which means that the government has to provide sort of level of openness in everything it does, a certain capacity and digital level in all the services across the sectors. But increasingly, of course, what we also discussed today here is that the borders between public and private sector are also diminishing. And one of the factors why sort of Estonia managed to get people to digital was the shared responsibility between the private sector and public sector. For example, our digital identity is provided by the government but used by private sector. Also, the data sharing layer is the same. And we see that these borders are getting blurrier and blurrier. And we talked quite a bit about fake news, media content that is driving anger, hatred, conflict. And we cannot forget that this same content may actually influence public attitude towards government digitalization. And this has, of course, put my role higher in the agenda because digital technologies transcend borders. And it is also our task to build these partnerships, not only with other governments, but also with private sector, to guarantee that this digital development is democratic. And we will hear later of the colleagues.
Thanks a lot, Nede, for this introductory contribution. So, who would like to let's say respond to this also with a different perspective? Maybe André, what do you think in your own perception of the problem? So we have talked about the fact, and we were also actually discussing even right before this panel, the fact that trust in technology is something that is absolutely key to overcome the current challenges, right? And the COVID crisis is a wonderful worldwide experience. And Switzerland, for some reason, doesn't fare particularly well, actually, on that challenge, we have to admit. So it would be interesting to hear from your point of view how you see this, but also from the point of view of you as a provider of solutions. How do you see the path forward?
So first, I would like to start by one point. Is trust is something that is absolutely essential in life. And for me, digital trust is just one illustration and example of how trust can be handled. And I would just like to take one specific example, is also the story of the COVID crisis. Few people were thinking that the COVID crisis was just first a health crisis or a classical economical crisis, but fundamentally it has been a structural crisis where a lot of elements have changed. And one of the key differences that we have seen with this crisis is that all the elements that was digital technology has become an absolute critical infrastructure. And what was optional before? So take the example of people that can use internet for vote. It's an option. It's not mandatory. And by the way, it should be considered like that. And with COVID, number of interaction have not anymore internet as an option. That was the only way. Typically, when you were looking at interaction that were with overseas, you have no other option than to use the internet. But then we have one key
element. And we need to understand how trust is established between people. I would just use a proxy for trust is a multi-factor authentication. When you have an interaction with a human being, you hear, you listen, you feel, you look at the body language, and all that together give you a very important information. Is it real or is it fake? When you just transpose the element in the digital world, then you need to have things that are not as intuitive. So you need to trust something that you don't know. And I'm not talking about the people that are experts, but don't forget, what is important is not what you say, but what people understand. And when people don't understand what this is about, they don't know. But when they don't know and they are forced to accept something, then you enter into a very dangerous zone. And we have seen a lot of type of cyber attacks due to the fact that people were completely lost in this environment. Now, coming back to Switzerland, one of the elements that is very special about Switzerland is in a way a small village where there is a lot of interaction, and despite of the COVID crisis, a lot of things have still happened to be physical. And that is why I would not automatically say that everything has been bad. Simply, the need of digital element was maybe not as present. Having said that, I personally believe that to have a digital trust is something that is absolutely essential. But now I will come with something that is, as we say that in French, a little bit la palisse, is that some people think, oh, to get trust, we first need to have a security that is just outstanding. But before we consider security, we need to have something that is reliable and that we can use. And in a way, we need to have something where security is here, but invisible, and where we have something that is so user-friendly that people forget that there is a technology between different human beings. At the end, the question of trust is trust between people. Take another very simple example. When you have a meeting face-to-face, you have closed doors. When it's really confidential, you know that everyone is here and that what is happening between closed doors will happen here. When we just do that virtually, the question is the main risk people that will spy you over the internet, or somebody that will misuse the technology and do something different. And I would say that at the end, it's about people. Can you trust the people or not? And in the digital dimension, trusting people have a different meaning. And that is something that we need to be aware of. So just to say that the best technology that you can have, or the worst technology, if you don't look at the people first, you will just miss your target.
Absolutely. So thanks a lot. Indeed, the user at the center, right, and the human being at the center of what we are doing, this is absolutely crucial. So now maybe I think, John, you may want to elaborate on the side of the Microsoft, after all, is a giant, and how do you see the role of the company from the point of view of further enforcing the trust, and maybe bringing exactly the dimension that Nele and André have focused on, well, the crucial dimension is the perception by the citizen, by the consumer, and in such a way that the notion of trust that is very intrinsic to our species, but is also found in other species, actually, and that is a concept that is millennia old, if not more, and at the core of the social fabric smoothly gets integrated in the digital world, considering that a very tiny fraction of the population understand how it works, because virtually everyone uses it, but very few understand the protocols of the internet. Very few people understand how cryptography really works, and so on, right? By the same way that we manage to get accustomed to, boarding aircrafts and making use of automobiles, while only a tiny fraction of the population understands how they operate. Well, we trust the automobile? The automobile is kind of a disaster, you have to say. But the aircraft, at least from the safety point of view, has reached a remarkable, level. So how do we achieve something similar, but on a topic that is way more complicated, actually, because the internet as a whole is way more complicated than an aircraft?
Let me start with a little bit of context, which is the digital transformation that's taking place across society in every aspect of our lives, in every aspect of business, every aspect of government. This decade, technology will go from 5% of the global economy, GDP, to 10%. There's a doubling of the technology elements, the fastest growing part of the economy. And so the digital transformation taking place across all these sectors is a huge opportunity, but also a transition state. And so as a basic concept, and then part of this acceleration of digitalization is the rise of cloud computing. And so instead of having companies run data centers themselves, we've developed, these sort of hyperscale data centers and tremendous advances in data sciences and artificial intelligence. So we've got this huge concentration of computation power that's accessible to everybody now. But on the business side, there's also, people have to, I think, appreciate what we call stakeholder capitalism today. We're not just Milton Friedman saying that the role of business is to make profit. Instead, we think of ourselves as we've got lots of constituencies to look after. We need to look after our employees, talent, competing for talent, motivating talent, getting the best out of people. That's just a huge part of running a big organization. Our customers are important, but also the communities we work in, and the trust of government and political leaders is incredibly important. And so if you lose that trust, then you're going to have a harder time across the board of things. So we kind of look at this multi-stakeholder trust set of issues. Now, we're also a global company. So yesterday at dinner, we were talking about LinkedIn's announcement of going to, I'd call a skinny service in China. It's sort of like, well, we don't want to provide services which authoritarian governments can use to repress people, right? So, we're constantly making decisions about, what services we'll offer to which customers in which countries, because, or where to put a data center, because when we put a data center somewhere, that government has sovereignty and ability to demand access to data. So, it's a multifaceted project, and for us, we do use the UN guiding principles for human rights in business as just, and we talk about it every week. So I think just running an organization, just appreciating that. And then I think it's also important, as we've talked, a lot of the services we've talked about today are consumer services. And I think that sometimes people don't make enough distinction between the service and the business model. And so the service may be you get to share photos. The business model is, in return for that photo sharing app, you've agreed to let a company track you everywhere you go on the internet. And, sort of like, are they making money from photo business? Or are they making money from monetizing your data with advertisers? And so I think that, as government, it's important to look at both sides and trying to understand that the products, the services that have problems, some of that's driven by the business model as well. And that maybe we need to, regulate those business models more carefully.
Thank you very much. So Andre, you want to have a quick intervention, then we move to Liliane and Ursula.
It was just a reaction. You don't need to be a doctor to understand how people behave. And one of the key elements, and to just come back on the question of business model, just by looking at interaction, some people may find some weak or strong points that they can suddenly create some arbitrage where you can do a lot of interesting elements. And when I'm thinking about hackers, a hacker will find some failure in the element without automatically understanding how things are built, but by looking at what can be got from the imbalance of things. And that is a very central point.
Thanks a lot, Andrea. So Nina, you want to tell us more about the Swiss Digital Initiative? So what is the rationale actually, and to what extent actually it is a tentative to respond to the challenges that have been mentioned and discussed profusely today?
So I would like to pick up very quickly on what my previous speakers have said. So can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. So what we have seen is not just a health crisis or an economic crisis, but really also a crisis of trust. So mistrust in our institutions, such as the media, science, but also in the new digital technologies. On the same hand, we have seen an acceleration of digitalization. So digital tools as potential instruments to fight a pandemic. But what we also have seen also here in Switzerland, even though the best products or services have been developed, data protection secured, etc., people didn't use, for example, when we talk about the fight against the pandemic, the Swiss COVID app. So even though everything, the multi-stakeholder approach was respected, civil society also had a word in the development of the app, academia, the decentralized approach, etc. But in the end, and I think even we talked yesterday with Nela, even in one of the most digitized countries, the contract tracing didn't work. And so the raison d'être, I would say, of the Swiss Digital Initiative Foundation is really this question: how can we build and foster this digital trust? And I think we all agree. It might be intuitive what digital trust means, but when you look at it a bit more closely, you see it's not that easy, actually. It's a very complex question, and you can't just transfer trust from the analog world into the digital world. And I personally believe we don't need to be all experts in understanding to the fullest how these digital tools or services work. I mean, when we enter or when we take the plane, for example, we probably don't know the physics behind, or probably very superficially. So the question is, how can we ensure that trust is ensured, or trust is in digital tools is promoted? And we are working since 2 years, and I mean, you, Jean-Pierre, you were also closely involved on a digital trust label for users. So it has two kinds of functionalities. So first, it's kind of it's a combination between a nutrition fact table, so giving users more information in 4 categories: security, data protection, reliability, and fair user interaction, so that the users really know what is behind these digital services. On the other hand, we are guaranteeing that we checked criteria, so a certain standard is met behind this digital service. So it's this two-folded approach that should give users more transparency and help them to take more empowered decisions, and also, understand probably better. It's a tool to understand better what is behind this digital service. And today, I don't know, there exists nothing. The users is kind of lost in this digital jungle and have to trust or not trust, and that's where we come in with this label and really want to make a difference for the users.
Absolutely, thanks a lot. Yeah, the jungle indeed. That's the challenge, the digital jungle. So maybe Ursula so you recently joined a vibrant campus you know well. So can you give us your own insights on the topics that have been mentioned so far, and how do you react also to the contributions that have been brought to this discussion?
So for me, one of the first question is, what is the trust? Trust is a relationship between two entities. And in many cases, digital is just a channel in between, okay, which was there before. And if you look at EPFL, where students, academics, this is a beautiful example. We had to put all courses online due to COVID last year, okay? So we had to go digital. The students never really questioned the trust in the digital technology. But then it came into actually the trust between EPFL and the EPFL brand and the students, okay, which can go down into, okay, what are we going to do with the exams? Do we have them online or do we have them in the classroom? Okay, do we trust our students or do we not trust our students that they will cheat? So there's much more to trust than just the technology. So these were major questions, I think, that all academic institutions had to do, because then it had an impact also on their brand afterwards, which again is a reference of a trust, okay? And then we had different professors who wanted to do in class. Others were more afraid, had a different perception of COVID. They did not want to do in class. So the trust in this whole transition has multi facets, which makes it very complex. And on top of that, the student culture is extremely international. And from an international perspective, every culture has a different relationship to what trust means and when you can cheat or when you don't cheat, a loyalty, and then the view on life, okay? So all of that is part of the package of the trust. But if you take this a step further, the relationship between a human and a brand, okay? I trust, this car brand, okay? And I have no problems using digital channels and digital engagement and talking to an AI person or a bot on the other side in my dialogue, because I trust the brand and I trust what they're offering me through digital channels. Then in other cases is, do I trust the other person that's speaking on the other end, okay? And again, the digital is the channel. However, then comes the point, do I trust in the technology, okay? Do I trust Google? Do I trust Microsoft? There's also a component in that. And for me, the most extreme level is then, do I trust what happens to my data, okay? Is that data my own or not? And do I trust who I give it to? So it's a very facet thing, and it's as much about the other person and both ways, a brand towards an individual towards a brand, data, things, it's quite complex.
Absolutely. So thanks a lot, Ursula. So at this stage, it would be interesting to see if we already have reactions from the audiences, be it here in the room or online. So questions or comments you would like to make here. We'll start maybe with the room, maybe a specific question you may want to ask the panel, or comments on what has been mentioned so far in the room. Yeah, please. The microphone is okay. Okay, so let's start with the question in the room. Yeah, please. You want to introduce yourself, if you wish.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the panel. My name is Cécile May. I have a startup in cybersecurity awareness. Sorry. I have a question for Nile. I'm very interested about how you deal as a government, as I understand, with all this digital world where you have no choice but to go and dive in it. and you have all this regulation. And we were speaking about regulation this morning, and since you are here and you are a great and beautiful example of the government having to deal with that, I thought it would be my chance to ask you.
Do you ask now how we get government to dive in the virtual world, or how do we get our public to dive there? We are still in the process. We are somewhere in the middle, but I do have to say that our history a little bit helps here, because differently from what was actually said before, in Estonia we saw more trust in digital and computers than actually the humans behind them. Because we had this slogan, you cannot bribe the computer, and actually digitalization helped to increase trust in these humans that were behind the labels or institutions. But it was, I would say, a deliberate decision to go towards that way. But at certain point, at some point on the way, it became Estonia's trademark. So now I would say that everybody is under pressure to simply go there. But why I said that we are still in the middle is, for example, when I look at our foreign service, for example, it is not still so that we all understand that, let's say, digital technologies are becoming an everyday topic of our diplomats. And I am sure that these examples exist also elsewhere, and it simply takes time. And as we have a saying, sometimes you also need to go to sauna where we solve all our issues and find a common language.
Yes, you understand this sauna is actually a highly analog way to solve problems but not only in Estonia, in Finland as well, right? So, Michael, I think there was some question also online. Maybe yeah.
Yes, thank you. This one was addressed to dear Mr. Kudalski, but I think it can open up to all of you. And it's, can we really base our choice or trust in people based on their pedigree, CV, or track record? Or how would we know, even if a company like Kudalski meets all of those, as the speakers, as the question is saying, how do we know if there's something like a backdoor like crypto AG, or if there's bugs that other governments can get into? And I think the questioner is looking whether certification deeper than deep certification of the systems is something that can help to create trust.
I would just say that we are talking about asymmetric situation. A hacker needs to be just successful once to get through. The one that have to defend has to ensure that all the chain is okay. And why I'm talking about people is that if people think that technology is perfect, you need to take into account what is a people behavior. Sometimes they may have some bad attitudes or do that on purpose, but most of the time they are just not taking care and not careful enough. And that is also an important element to say that people may be a very easy target in the system. Now, coming back to the fundamental technology, one of the approach is to ensure that the sum of the technology will give you something that is safe. And I'm just coming back to something that is very Swiss. In Switzerland, we are very used to referendum. And one of the key roles in referendum is to say that it's very difficult to add the yes. If you have people that support something for different reasons, usually it's not adding up very well. But what is adding up very well are opposition. And the story is the same about security. And we need to ensure that we have architecture and approach where just a single point of failure will not create a big issue. And I'm just taking now a very concrete example. You have from time to time some battle regarding encryption algorithm. You have some people say, oh, I want to have my own algorithm from this country. That may be Europe, that may be some people in America, that may be some people in China. And some people, no, I don't trust this algorithm, I want another one. And now you have to ask yourself one fundamental question. Should we use one algorithm or should we use the combination of algorithms? Imagine that you have something that is confidential, you encrypt using algorithm A, and you add on top of that algorithm B and algorithm C. Considering that if you have one algorithm that is flooded, it will not compromise the overall solution. That's one example. But you may also imagine the opposite, is that if you have an information that is sent using the 3 different algorithms, the weaker one, if it's just in parallel, will define the security. So just to say that you need really to first understand what you have to secure and to have the appropriate architecture to defend that. Now, that can be dealt by expert, but for the end user, I would say there is one key question. What is really confidential, and to treat what is really confidential in a very secure way. The other elements take into account that everybody can listen. And that is maybe the starting point. But sorry to be so long.
Oh, thank you, thank you very much. And actually, I will succumb to temptation to ask another solution provider, namely Microsoft, right? So how do you reassure your customers about the fact that there are no trapdoors, there is no dirty trick in either in your products or in your services, right? Including, the way you store the data of the customers. I mean, there's a huge portfolio of services, and that are each of them very complex, right? And Microsoft is also an integrator, which means that not everything is homemade, right? You're making use of components, electronic components that also come from abroad, and so on. So how do you provide evidence that the resulting service is actually bulletproof?
Well, with the rise of cloud computing, our relationship with customers fundamentally changed. And we're largely an enterprise company. We have consumer-facing products and services, but most of our revenue comes from large companies and governments that have security people who dig in and examine things. And so our relationship changed from being supplier of software to more like a bank where we're keeping their data in our data center. So we're storing their money, their most valuable assets. So it's a different relationship. Can we be bulletproof? When we survey the world, in today's world, we can be really, really good, but we can't be perfect. And so zero trust models so that there's no single point of failure, you can build that out. But it's not just a technical issue. The biggest, most sophisticated threats to our services come from nation states. And while we can be really good at cybersecurity, can we really go up against the Russian army? Or I think in the SolarWinds attack, there were more than 1,000 engineers in the Russian military operating that exploit. And so what we've done is, we've tried to sort of step back and look at the overall system. Why is it that nation states have offensive capabilities? And how do we shape international norms to guide them towards responsible use of their cyber capabilities? And so Brad Smith, who's an alum of this institution, 5 or 6 years ago gave a speech calling for a digital Geneva Convention. And I'm no doubt his choice of phrases was heavily influenced by the fact that He went to school here, and you can see the Red Cross flag across the way, right? And we got a lot of feedback from that, and the world's not quite there, but we stepped back and said, okay, we may not be ready for a digital Geneva Convention, but we need to shape norms of behavior of nation states in cyber. And so I think, you know, one of the critical problems we have is international humanitarian law applies during the conduct of war, but it's not clear it applies in peacetime. And so when you've got a cyber attack, is that creating a war, or, you know, and do principles of proportionality and distinction that would be applicable in a military conflict, they should apply to protect civilians in times of peace as well. So but we've been engaged in these discussions with governments and trying to shape the overall discussion about what nation states do, while also encouraging governments to play a more active role in dealing with like ransomware. And so for the first time, we were seeing more active response saying, you know, you can't have a criminal franchise operation in a country where our law enforcement can't reach. And so we need governments to intervene to get the government, in this case of Russia, to deal with the cyber criminals operating with impunity inside Russia. So it's a mix of things, but clearly there's technical parts, but it's also shaping the broader context that sets the problems.
Absolutely. So thanks a lot. And it's even maybe worse than what you are describing, right? It's not just Russia. Even Western countries actually sometimes invest in cyber weaponry, right? Actually quite massively, as we well know. And so the thing is that the vested interests of countries shapes the behavior of the governments. As a consequence, can lead to pretty aggressive behavior in the cyberspace, which can then potentially get out of reach. I mean, essentially get out of control and lead to more conventional armed conflicts. So this is clearly one of the threats that comes with the digital world. So Ninian, so having you, so we'll come to also in minutes, but I have just a specific question to you, Ninian, which is the following. Having heard about this asymmetry, right? It's a huge asymmetry, as André insisted on, and rightly so. How do you see the initiative that is put forward by the STI, being at some point really successful and adopted? I like very much the idea. It makes a lot of sense to help consumers to say, hey, I intend to make use of this product or this online service, let's say, but I want to be aware of what's behind it. What are the tricks, right? And in an ideal world, it should be the case that we can just check as we check on the bottle of soda and so on. What is the health risk associated with this? But here we're talking about something that is way more complicated, and we have to take into account the presence of these stakeholders and actors that have huge resources. We are talking about tens of thousands, if not more, highly qualified and high-paid people who are there just to design cyber weapons. And unfortunately, as we've seen, these cyber weapons that were initially in the hands of the states end up in the hands of the organized crime, right? With the consequences we know. So consider this asymmetry. So how do you see the path towards success for this project?
Yes, so I mean, in an ideal world, the states would agree on common norms and standards, and we would all have the solutions, right? But we are not living in an ideal world. So I guess on the path towards these standards and norms, we need some kind of soft law instruments, for example. And what we have seen over the past 2 years on working on these digital trust labels, we observed very closely what is happening elsewhere in other countries, but also Switzerland. And there seems a high demand from the user for more accountability, more transparency, and more control. And how can you ensure that if it's not the state that can ensure that, but how can you ensure that? And one easy way out would be, of course, you say, okay, we are creating a label or a certification that can give some control back to the users. And I totally agree. It's a very complex, it's really complex to do that for digital services. But I think we need to start somewhere. And what we have seen, there are worldwide, I think around 60 different initiatives and projects trying to work on some kind of a label from different, they all have different approaches. Some are just, looking at data, data protection, some just security. Then we have artificial intelligence measurement approaches where we try, or the initiatives try to explain better what the AI is doing, etc. So we have really different stakeholders trying to find solutions. And I think what we have seen, we must start somewhere, and probably it will not be the perfect product from the very beginning. It's just a starting point. But what we have seen is that there is a high demand, and we did several user studies in Switzerland, the US, Scandinavia, and Eastern Europe to see what, from the user's perspective, what do they need? And what came clearly out of this is, of course, some kind of a quality seal that would be desirable. But on the other hand, they really welcome also to get more information. So this, this nutrition table approach, where you have, okay, I know this ingredient is good and this ingredient is probably not that good, but we are not yet at the stage, I think, where we can say, okay, what does it mean when a digital services, for example, has a gold medal and a silver medal? Because how can we say what is gold, what is silver? So we are at the very beginning of this development, and I strongly believe that to start this education, this awareness, we need to start somewhere. And our approach with this digital trust label, we will launch it officially at the beginning of 2022. All information will be online before. And then we will see how it will perceive, but we see it more as a starting point and not as the end point of a product that it will be set in stone.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, Nina. Also because it is a highly evolving environment, right? Things are moving at tremendous speed, and so one will have to catch up in a way or another. Ursula, you wanted to intervene about what was said previously, I guess. Yeah, please.
I was just coming from the other side on the bulletproof cyber. There's also the term of agreement that was made between the user and the company. And for example, when you have a startup, often you have a term of agreement, what they will do with the data. And the moment they get acquired by a corporate, those rules aren't there anymore. And you never signed up for that kind of agreement. And so there's a shift in that. Or the agreement on social media, where there's supposed to be a freedom of expression, okay? I'm not talking about abuse, but at least certain freedom of exchange of thoughts. And now it's censored based on criteria that come from governments. I mean, that damages trust in a lot of these things too that have really developed in the last year. So it's both sides, the cyber attacks on the one side, but also the change of terms of agreement.
Thanks, Art. That's indeed a very crucial dimension. Andre, you want to add something? Yeah, please.
Just 2 points. First element, and I would just try to rebound on this question of agreement between the company and the end user. I think that where we may have a missing part is to consider that the term of agreement regarding data is something that is independent of who is the owner of the company that is processing the data. In a way, to say that the contracts regarding how the data can be used should be linked with the data and not by the owner of the companies that is processing them. Now, just regarding one more time the question of business model. Many people think about nation states doing attacks, but you may imagine a much more perverse business model. Imagine that you have some criminal organization that do develop some tools to attack, to make money, and that the nation state is tolerating that and get some attack free of charge in exchange of tolerating that. So don't forget, technology is a tool, but if you have the right business model, you can really do incredible things. If you have a positive mind, you can do great things. If you have a satanic mind, you can do also incredible things, not in the same way.
Such is our species, yeah, as we know. Thank you. So you wanted Nele to intervene at this stage.
Yes,
Yeah.
I wanted also to refer to the bulletproof of digital society. And when coming back to the trust, what I see that perhaps the discourse of several governments, perhaps at the beginning, was really targeted at trying to explain that the digital world is so secure, but it has been perhaps a little bit wrong also from the government side. And we have seen that discourse changing in Estonia, where we have really become open with all the risks and things that may go wrong. But it hasn't really influenced the trust and all the cyber attacks that we have also mentioned here. And with Michael, we talked about this example in summer when Estonia had the biggest ID card crisis. 1/3 of our population had to change the ID card because of the technological mistake. And we as from government, I was then not in the government, but I could see that there was a fear that it might now influence the trust of digitalization, but it did not. Absolutely nothing changed because people were used to living in the virtual world and they had also realized that these things may happen. But the other side comment I wanted to say is actually about the cyber attacks and the wars and everything that we have talked, and of course they get a lot of international attention. But when we look at our government's everyday life, then the hacking is domestic largely, which puts, of course, the security and the financing and everything higher on the table. But we cannot forget that we have our own people who also want to have some fun.
Well, maybe Estonia prides itself to also have excellent hackers, right? Why not? Yeah, absolutely. Very good. So we start to take additional questions and comments from the audience, be it locally or remotely. How do we stand on the internet? Michael, is still someone watching from outside?
Yes, there's still questions. Same questioner not fully satisfied with the answer about whether certifications and whether making the systems more secure and comparing it to civil aviation is the way to go, rather than, in one example, a treaty, where he's wondering whether attribution is possible and what is the potential risk of misattribution. So it's kind of like, is it better to try and defend and deter the attacks, or have a treaty that allows for retaliation, I suppose?
Why choose?
It's not my question. But is it possible with certification and other ways to increase the level of security?
Absolutely. I mean, certifications are incredibly important because it is, it's a lifetime of a product and service. It's not just when you ship it. That's always the day you're happiest with your product. And over time, that's when vulnerabilities become exposed. But do you have an ongoing process to keep a product secure and your customers secure over time? And so the certifications are incredibly important at the beginning and over the life cycle.
Very good. More feedbacks on this, maybe.
I would just say that's one point, but I would just use two key points. First one is to have a right architecture. And one of the issues is number of systems have not been designed to be secure by design. And that has been the start of the issue. But the second element, and to take the example of aviation. In aviation, you know what are the challenges that you have. Typically, if you have a tornado, if you have bad weather, it's something that you may model. The issue is in cyber attack, you have some clever people that try to beat the system and try to bring that outside of its comfort zone. And that's a fundamental difference. So certification may help, but you will have people by design, they will try to beat the certification process.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. That is crucial, and that's of course the distinctive factor of digital trust that we are talking about. Actually, a threat that is man-made, and as we know, this is the worst because creativity is at work, and so in contrast with weather that can indeed be modeled, and that is not by itself evil. Well, as you were mentioning, satanism can lead to behavior that are immensely, let's say, that have very severe consequences, and they try by design to be non-detectable and unpredictable. That's exactly the issue. Do you have more questions online, Michael, or is it, or maybe from the room? Yes, please. You want to introduce yourself if you wish?
Yes. I'm Mariana Mendez. I'm a student at the Graduate Institute. I'm doing my master's. And my question is, because we were mentioning about public-private partnership between the government and the companies, but how can we ensure that companies can trust the governments? Because as we saw in the COVID crisis, the suppliers were very afraid of governments taking like their supplies of, for example, face masks. It happened a lot in Mexico. I'm from Mexico. So how can we ensure that like in international level, we can take better decisions, but I mean, the trust between governments and the private sector. Thank you.
Okay, that's a very broad question that even goes beyond the issue of digital, because that the trust between governments and the private sector, citizens and let's say between the government and citizens is well, it's been actually at the core of human history for many centuries. So, but maybe we should narrow it down to the topic of the panel. So, how would you see it, dear panelists? What exactly, if in terms of the potential lack of trust, and this is actually happening in practice again and again, that the private sector has to operate to its business and try to develop and so on, while being under the supervision and to some extent being potentially affected by decisions of the government that in some cases, especially in crisis situation, might be highly adversarial. So I know who would like to Andre, you seem to be highly motivated by the question.
I have a little bit of fun because you have a very interesting study that shows that in many countries, companies are much more trusted than governments. And that may be exactly the reason. So if short-term, a company may have a downside to get some trouble with the government, long-term, they will deserve the trust because they are more trusted.
Yeah, this is something that I mean, is known to be the case, including, I think, in the US. But I guess, John, you will agree with the fact that the population tends to trust more, let's say, companies, including large corporations such as Microsoft, but also Google to some extent, more than the government. It's probably a bit less the case here, also because the web giants are domestic in the US, but they are foreign in Switzerland. So that's also a dimension that has to be taken into account. And that also we have seen, right, the fact that here in this country, the population has rejected massively the proposal for the electronic identity, while most of the people probably happily authenticate themselves through Google and Facebook. Online, so there might be a kind of a contradiction here. So that I think is really the core of the tensions between. I think was there another question in the room? Yes. Yes. No. Yes. Here. Voilà. Parfait.
Thank you. My name is Philippe Stoll. I work for the International Committee of the Red Cross. So, Mr. Frank, don't worry, I'm not going to come into the discussion about the digital Geneva Convention. It's much more about a statistic that I saw, and I don't know what to do with it, in the sense that a younger generation, and I saw this was in the US, one teenager out of 5 has a best friend or consider their best friend someone they never met. And this is for me something I don't know how to put it in my scheme of thought on what is going to, how it's going to impact our way to trust people, but also to trust machines or to trust. So it's not really a question, I have to say, but much more like throwing something at you, and maybe since we have great minds around on this stage, that you have ideas that could help us also to figure out.
Okay, so the meeting online as opposed to meeting in person. So who wants to? And that's a sociological issue, and the fact also what you may want to maybe on purpose you refrain from doing that. But we might also say about the fact that dating activities tend to be more and more mediated by the internet. Which means that finding, partners occurs and will probably more and more occur based not, let's say, on the emotional side of discovering, someone who is for some reason desirable, but more as a result of filters, right, that are put on profiles. So that's a big change. That's a big change for mankind as a whole. So and clearly, I mean, EPFL, most of the population are students, and clearly we see that their behavior is different than the one we had when we were their age. There's absolutely no question about that. So who wants to respond to this indeed crucial issue of the impact on the young generation behavior? Because, and also put it into perspective with respect to the notion of trust, because meaning the fact that they become friends or partners in a relationship and so on involves, of course, a certain level of trust. It's impossible to be a friend with someone without trusting that person, of course. So who wants to respond to this relatively broad and somewhat sociological issue?
Can I take
you want to try, John?
Cut of it, which is, I do think that the social values of technology should reflect the society's values, right? And I think, and I do think that those of us who create technologies and put them out in the world, we have to understand how they're actually being used in the world. And we need to own up to the negative aspects and try to address those. And some technologies, people may think it's a great thing that's going to change the world in a positive way, and they just want to ignore all the negative stuff that it causes. And I think you have to own up to both. So I think that, it's a little different than the question you asked, but I think the societal aspects, we are changing. Society's evolving really quickly because of technology. And so it is really important for us to understand and observe and be sensitive to the social dynamics that we're creating.
Absolutely. So maybe Ursula, you want to respond to this, yeah?
So a couple of points. The first is, the friends you search online, you tend to be more like-minded to you, so at the same values and the same thinking. And there we have a general issue of what does that mean, in diversity and looking at things differently. Because by being in a classroom or in a community of much more diversity, online you search communities that are partners or friends that are much more like you. So it's a sense of simplicity, it's a sense of feeling part of it, but it diminishes your horizon of thing. You can also spin that a little bit further and kind of say, okay, as we go towards a personal assistant or my personal kind of like digital twin in it that shadows me, when that person gives you recommendation and kind of manages you in your life and starts to understand you better than your spouse, then what? Okay, because then you build a closer trust and relationship to your digital image or your digital, versus to your spouse. Now, on the other side, if you kind of have a digital reference to digital image of your spouse, and on your way home, this digital image kind of says, oh, your spouse had a bad day, and then you do a stop and get some flowers or whatever, or a bottle of wine on the way home, it has a positive impact, okay? So it's always how to use these things, but I agree, in the end, it has to kind of reflect the social values of society.
Okay, very good. Yeah, we wanted to comment on this as well.
We got a very nice social science insight into it, but just what it means for government is actually that we have to go where the people are. So for government, it's a confirmation that they really need to start to reach people in the digital if they are not already doing it. But I have also, of course, thought about the same question, but then came COVID. And I wasn't that worried anymore, because it seemed to me that COVID kind of proved that we actually miss also the physical interaction and behavior. And we have heard of the not so positive or merry news of how this not having physical contact actually has impacted the mental health of especially of our youth. So I guess they still need to hang around also.
I think there's no question about that. So indeed, one just needs to witness what is happening and the density of population that can be observed in bars populated by youngsters. Say, well, indeed, there is a need, absolutely. Do you have more questions? Maybe, Michael, is there some question online, or we are exhausted?
No, there's another one. And
then
there was one there too, but
okay. So maybe why don't we take, as a matter of fairness between the audiences, we take one online and then we come back to the room.
Okay. So this is from Mike Nelson, who's with the Carnegie Endowment. I used to teach forecasting, futuring, and scenario planning at Georgetown. The COVID crisis has accelerated our shift to the cloud. What scenarios, good or bad, can you imagine that could help or hinder development of trust in the digital economy?
Wow. Okay. So who would like to respond to this? That's a fairly broad and open question, but so John, you want to try?
Well, events happen. And so in the United States, there was an oil pipeline that was subject to a ransomware attack, and it caused a gasoline shortage on the East Coast of the United States for a few days. And that really got the attention folks in the political world in Washington, D.C. It was finally it was surprising that that's the thing that broke through. But it is those kind of events that trigger government action to move things forward. So there's more things that are going to happen along the way. With our dependence on everything being digital, we just have more digital vulnerability.
Absolutely, yeah. And indeed, the example, I think, is really one that has probably had the tremendous impact on the American perception, right? What can be more traumatizing than running out of gas, right? That must be awful. So André, you want to make a comment on this, and then we'll take a question from the audience.
You need sometimes some Hiroshima to have people being really aware of something. Now, I will just ask a question, and that is quite a perverse question. What is more efficient if you look from the eyes of a hacker to cyber attack an hospital, or something different that will not just harm the ones that are already in bad shape, but will create millions of people that will need to go in a hospital? And in this way, and that is very interesting to look at COVID, because COVID is in a way, how to say, a live thing that have tried to really manage his own survival and have used intelligence in an innovative way to attack humankind. And we may imagine that some hacker may get some idea out of what COVID has done.
let's hope they're not as successful. Very good. Thanks, André. Okay, let's take a question maybe from the audience.
Good afternoon, Derek Kalper from the Canalytics think tank. First of all, thank you very much for this discussion. The digital space is 30 years old, roughly. We moved from a geographically centric to an open space environment. And up to today, that space architecture has been enabled by private companies or governments through regulations. And my question is, do you think that one day we will have a people, or let's say individual-centric, let's say environment in the digital space, where maybe new tools which are supranational, like let's say a personal wallet with your, let's say, medical records or maybe your financial records could be used for the individual to leverage that digital space. So it's really that shift from, let's say, a geographic-centric and open space, which might require new tools that we do not have yet, that neither the private sector nor governments can provide. I just want to have your views on that angle. Thank you.
Okay, so from national and local to something that is supranational is something that is an old dream of mankind that so far has not really materialized, although some progress has been made. We have to rejoice about that. So who want to rebound on this and comment on this, let's say, potential trend? Is going to happen or not? First crystal ball exercise, and there is going to be a few more in the coming minutes. Nell, yeah.
I actually thought that it's already in place.
To some extent, yeah.
Yes, I see. I think it's to some extent in place, but definitely.
It's called actually Visa and Mastercard, right?
Yes, but there is still a strong private sector interest behind it. But I see like two developments here that may also push for it. And one actually is also that was reawakened after the COVID crisis, and that was related to the realization that we as governments and people and organizations, we are quite similar actually. We have our similar problems and issues that we need to attend to. And that little bit now differs from when I started in digitalization, where we all thought we are so different, we all need different developments, we need to, I'm just an example, we need an ID system for this ministry and that ministry and then for this government. But now I see that this is actually blurring and there is quite a big philosophy behind reuse, sharing and rebuilding on something that is already existing, even though this is not entirely in response to what were you asking. But when we now think of, and I believe it was a little bit discussed in the previous panel also, was actually what, when we look now at a person, there is quite a bit of data, let's say, being collected by every individual. And that data is somewhere scattered around. And the people are not the ones that are currently profiting from this data. There is, of course, government data that the government is opening up and the private sector and people are profiting. But all the data that is somewhere spreading around by Google, Facebook, you name it, this is sort of still not organized. Like how now to get that data and start using it, and that is definitely a possibility for every individual to start to be a master of its data and start learning from it.
Very good, thanks a lot. Yeah, maybe also you want to comment on this, and then we'll move to the last, let's say, round of let's say contributions because we are just at 10 minutes left. Yeah.
So I think we're in the midst of this battle because digital has no physical boundaries and there's a competition at different global centered companies trying to go for this. And there are multiple entry points. So the WHO, just for example, the WHO with its vaccination passport or health passport. When we go towards globalized currencies, cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin or potentially the central currency, those are all entry points. And once you have a financial wallet or a health passport, all kinds of things can build on it. And we're in the midst of this battle. I don't know who's going to win. I don't know how it's going to pay out, but we're in the absolute middle of it. But it has massive implications on citizens' rights, trust who you trust and who you don't trust, and how information is shared.
Very good. Thanks a lot. So, as we have a little time left, but there's one thing that I would like to, unless there is a super pressing question, otherwise, I would like to hear from the panel their reaction about the following thing. So, we have talked about COVID and its impact. The fact is, it has accelerated the digitalization, which is indeed a fact. But there's another dimension, which is that technology doesn't stop. And so if we project ourselves, let's say 10 years ahead of now, right? So 2031, so in 10 years from now, the amount of progress that is going to be made by, machine learning, right? And large scale hoarding of data combined with the Internet of Things, right, is very difficult to grasp. I mean, it means that very soon there's going to be the ability to make a number of decisions and a number of reasonings that go far beyond what human beings are able to do, right? So in some specific areas, computers are going to just be better than us, right? And we've already seen this with games, right? With chess, Jeopardy, Go, and so on. But it's going to be way, way more than that. So, of course, there have been failures, right? But all in all, this progress seems to be unstoppable, which means the level of complexity will also increase tremendously. And clearly, in spite of all the efforts of EPFL and the likes, the level of preparation of the population will not be able to follow that pace. I think we cannot hope. We have to try, but the population as a whole will not be able to follow and to cope with the pace of evolution of technology. This, I think, is a relatively safe prediction, right? So how do you see digital trust evolving, taking this immense evolution that is ahead of us into account, and taking into account the fact that there's going to be more things that are going to emerge from the digital world that are unpredictable. For example, Facebook is something, or Bitcoin are things that have emerged out of the internet and that have very far-reaching consequences and that were unpredictable, right? And so more is going to happen, right? So how do we make sure, or at least increase the likelihood that trust is not going to vanish, and which could lead us to the worst possible scenario? So how do we guarantee that this is going to be for the benefit of mankind and not for its own self-destruction? So who like to respond to this? Why don't we go in order back, maybe starting from Ursula, if you don't mind. Voilà. So just, voilà. After all, you work at EPFL, so we are, educating the people who are going to bring this kind of tremendous evolution, right? So how do we cope with this challenge?
From a user perspective, I think a lot more of the security and a lot of these things have to go into the back end and become invisible, okay? Because it's just overwhelmed. And there's been a shift. For a while it was better, but the last 5 or so years it's gotten, with all the hackings and all the scams, and so it's gotten very difficult for the user. So I think technology will work on both ends, complexity, but also simplification of complexity. So I think there has to be a major shift in there. But then I also think, who do we trust? Today, you don't know anymore who to trust. I mean, it's where does information come from? What's behind it? Is it real, not real? It's very difficult, mainstream or not mainstream. So I think there's also that element. And this, for me, then also leads to the social contract. And I think this is where we have to reframe. What's your social contract between you and the government, between you and the corporates, okay? And between you and other players. And this is especially sensitive when it comes to your personal data, your digital DNA trace that you leave in there. Just who owns that? If you go into the social media companies own it and they commercialize it, okay? So we've lost control of it. That's gone feral. But as we put more health data, maybe financial data, more emotions, as your emotions get digitalized, who owns that? And this is, for me, then the social contract. Can you give the ownership back to the citizen? Is that person capable to actually manage that? Because with that, the ownership comes responsibility, accountability, understanding. So for me, it's a two-sided thing. Technology will evolve to simplify, but then the social contract.
Well, Very good. Thanks a lot. So voilà, social contract versus a super AI. So André, well, maybe 1 minute if you want. Yes.
I would take two completely contradicting scenarios. One, take a computer of the early 70s, impossible to use. To make computer something that people have adopted, you need to have something that is intuitive and very user-friendly. And in a way, I think that we'll get the same evolution regarding trust. People will trust the system that will give them an idea of good trust. Now, I have another element that is a much more negative scenario, and the history have shown us that if you have governments or some entities that are really challenged by a new technology, they will take measures to still keep the things under control. That is how, following the industrial revolution, you have had a backlash regarding globalization. So you may have a risk, and the two are not in opposition. You may have a combination of the two elements where at least few governments will really look to take control of that.
Thank you very much. So Ninian, please. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it's very difficult to predict the future, but when we think that only in 2007 the iPhone was introduced, so it was really not a long time ago, and has already shifted by then. And second, another element that probably will also come into play is the geopolitical race within digital technology. So how this will influence how we will use new technology as well. But I believe that we should not, be negative and say, okay, let's resign. We won't have control, we won't have power. But on the other hand, yes, there will be changes, but I think we need to start now and be prepared. And I believe that the societies that are able to take the population with them, the societies and the people with them, they will be at the forefront. And that's why I think that education is key. I mean, we don't have the perfect solution, but probably education is one key pillar of this evolution.
Great, thanks a lot. So John and then Nelly, 1 minute each, please. Yeah.
Very briefly, the biggest social problems we face, like climate change, aren't going to get solved without the advances that we're making in data science and artificial intelligence. We're going to need these tools. And so I think we need to just understand that it's going to be fundamental to the major social challenges. But companies, I think, need to be more focused on creating value and not just wealth, and be responsible for the technologies they create. Governments, I think, need to do much better job of protecting the people. Emmanuel Macron has been the most, I think, articulate on this about, a government that protects. And I think that citizens are not going to understand all these things. Governments have to do a much better job of understanding this, investing and protecting people.
Thanks a lot. So Nelly, the last 60 seconds are for you.
Thank you. I would conclude actually basing on my co-panelists, and I see actually the role of geopolitics increasing, especially when we talk about data and data economy and AI, and here I see also an increasingly need for partnerships to guarantee that these knowledge and skills of these technological trends that we need for our governments, for educational sector, for our economy, that these skills also reach our countries. And here I see the biggest challenge for the future.
Absolutely. Okay, thanks a lot. So we have to wrap up. So thank you very much. I'd like to thank the panelists. Let's give them a round of applause. Thanks a lot to the audience also for their very active participation, be it in the room or online. Thank you very much for being with us for this panel.
Thank you, Jean-Pierre. It's time to wrap up the day. Thanks a lot to all of you again, and thanks to the audience. I will just take this opportunity to thank the organization and technical team. Perfect job, everything went smoothly, and thanks a lot also to the Graduate Institute to host us in this wonderful building and facilities also. So next steps, we'll have around 15 minutes here to discuss with the panelists and also with the audience. And then we'll move to the cocktail part that will be at the Petal 5 building at the restaurant, at the rooftop restaurant. For those who know, you can just go there. And for the others, we will meet you at the entrance and bring you there by foot. It's just like 200 meters away. Thanks again to everybody. And let's talk and drink now.